Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 5 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 5-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
on the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Basketball is on the air. Hawkeye Basketball is brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. West Bend, the Silver Lining. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit IALottery.com for details. And by U.S. Cellular. Take the phones down for 5 challenge. Visit UScellular.com/fines to learn more. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it.
Happy President's Day, everybody. The Hawkeyes hope to present George and Abe a victory gift when the day is over. Of course, Illinois is known as the land of Lincoln. Evanston, Illinois is known as the home of the surging Northwestern Wildcats, who host the Iowa Hawkeyes this afternoon at Welsh Ryan Arena on the Northwestern campus. How you doing? Hope everybody's enjoying their weekend with the nice weather back in Iowa. Very nice day here in Chicagoland as the Hawkeyes and the Wildcats get set to do battle. Both are pecking their way up the stepladder in the Big Ten standings. Northwestern is 19-7 on the year, 1 win shy of 20, and 10-5 in the Big Ten. The Hawks are giving chase at 9-6 in the conference, 17-9 overall. It's been a game of musical chairs the last couple weeks in the Big Ten. A lot of shifting, a lot of juggling. I mean, Purdue is still on top and had a convincing bounce-back victory over Purdue today, or over Ohio State today. We'll talk more about that later on because there's plenty to be decided yet here in the next few weeks that remain in the Big Ten. But Bobby Hansen, an 0-3 Big Ten start is a distant memory for the Hawkeyes. They have crawled to within one game, at least in the loss column, of Northwestern, and can tie the Wildcats with a win here today.
Yeah, that's why this game is so big here at a Sunday afternoon game, sold out Welsh Ryan Arena. That doesn't happen very often now. A lot of that's going to be Hawkeye fans. There's going to be a lot of black and gold here up in Evanston, but should be a heck of a game. Northwestern is playing with a lot of confidence. Winners of their last 4 games in a row. Knock off number 1 Purdue, number 14 Indiana last week. So Hawks are playing awfully well as well, Gary. So should be a heck of a game. And I think we got to look at the guard court. The matchups in this one as the number 1 key, Boo Buie, Chase Hawkeyes versus Tony Perkins, Aaron Eulis, and Connor McCaffrey will swing back there and guard Chase some tonight. So yeah, it should be a heck of a game, and looking forward to tipping it off here in about an hour.
Hawkeyes ended the first half Thursday night with Ohio State nailing 5 3-point goals in the final 4.5 minutes. Took a 9-point lead to the locker room, and they would tie both halves together, outscoring the Buckeyes 26-9, led by as many as 28, and then rolled to a 92-75 victory. And right on course was guard Connor McCaffrey. He distributed a career-high 13 assists. And led the team with 6 rebounds. He just keeps doing it in so many ways.
Yeah, not sure I've ever seen a guy impact a game like Connor did on the college level with those 13 assists. He's just such a coach on the floor, steadying influence. He's looking for guys, and when they get hot, Gary, Fran talks about it, he loads them up. He feeds them. He's not afraid to get him the basketball, and he knows he's a cut ahead. The guy's going to come off a screen and find himself open. Well, the ball's going to be right there when Connor McCaffrey passes him the basketball. So need more of that here today. His defense the other night on Bryce Sensabaugh, the sensational freshman for Ohio State, was outstanding. Took him out of the game early in that one, was also a huge key to the victory. But it was those 5 3-pointers at the end of the first half really got the Hawkeyes off the mark and went into the locker room with an 11-point lead.
Tony Perkins had 24 to lead Iowa. Chris Murray, another workman-like 20 as the Hawks rolled to a victory, their 17th of the year. And this was on a night where Philip Rebracha and Patrick McCaffrey were struggling with flu-like symptoms. But they're okay today. Fran said, yeah, they're good to go. He said he could have played them more minutes, but didn't need to in that second half. I think what it points out is Iowa's depth continues to build itself, Bobby. 5 players in double figures. They're getting contributions from all up and down the roster.
Yeah, that's what it's going to take. And in the last game against Northwestern back on January 31st, off the bench, it was Hawkeyes outscoring Northwestern's thin bench 23-19, but led by Peyton Sanford, 6 out of 8 from the floor, 5 of 7 from three-point land, 20 points, 5 assists for Peyton. You're going to need another afternoon of shooting like that out of Peyton. He comes ready to fire, and if they give him a sliver of light, a little bit of daylight, Peyton's going to squeeze it off, and hopefully he's on target, playing very well right now.
How about Northwestern? Back-to-back wins over Purdue and Indiana in the past week. You don't think they're playing with a lot of confidence? Interesting thing there, Northwestern had a 20-point lead on the Hoosiers. Indiana caught them at 62 with 28 seconds to play, and then right on cue, Boo Buie dropped in a short jumper with 2 seconds to play, and Northwestern escaped with a 64-62 victory. Buie had 21 in that game, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and his spectacular running mate at guard, Chase Audige, followed with 14. Everything for Chris Collins runs through those 2 veteran guards.
It does, and it's such a luxury when you can have guys that are talented and be veterans like that. Watching them warm up right now, Boo Buie and Chase Audige working on their little dribble penetration, mid-range game. That's what they're so good at. Boo just shoots that floater over the top. He hit the game winner against Indiana. Ricky Galloway got pushed off maybe a little bit, but he hits the game winner. And Audige, he'll take you off the dribble, Gary, and then step back with a fall-away jumper. So what you have to do with players like that, don't let them get going. If they do get going, deny them the basketball. Just make life difficult for them. Make them work for everything. Yeah, they're talented enough. They might get some baskets, but maybe that last one at the end of the game doesn't drop because you've made them work all game long.
Our pregame show, as always, is sponsored by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. And find your agent at emcins.com. emcins.com. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more about this promotion at uscellular.com/find us. FINDUS, all one word. uscellular.com. Find us. Coming up next, we'll take a trip down memory lane with a Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. And we'll continue to break down the key matchups of the Hawkeyes and the Wildcats from Evanston and Welsh Ryan Arena. That's ahead on the EMC Insurance pregame show. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
Hawkeye fans offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
Have Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Iowa and Northwestern from Evanston this day. Welcome back to our EMC Insurance pregame show. I'm Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. Our engineer-producer is Corey Sheets. The Hawkeyes and Wildcats ended January at Carver Hawkeye Arena with Iowa again putting together a big second half. The game was tied at 39 at the intermission. Peyton Sanford led a big offensive run in the second half with 20 points, including 5 threes, matched by Rebracha, and the Hawks pulled away for an 86-70 victory. Bobby, the Hawkeyes shot 56% in that game, 57% versus Ohio State Thursday. They're shooting 46% on the season. Now that is marksmanship up and down the lineup.
You got good shooters that take good shots, and when you pass the ball as well as Iowa does, don't turn the basketball over, you're going to make shots, Gary. When you get the ball in your areas where you're comfortable shooting it, they don't force a lot of shots. You know, might shoot a little bit quick every now and then, but that's all indicative. When you can run, you get some layups, you're going to shoot a high percentage.
And Northwestern's been shooting better because of those two guards. We haven't talked much about their inside game, but you know, Robbie Barron is capable. They've got some youngsters, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". They're running in there off the bench. Barnheiser's had a couple of good weeks for the Wildcats.
Yeah, he certainly has. Barnheiser off the bench. The sophomore averages 6 points, 4 rebounds. But you mentioned those big guys. The 7-footer, Matthew Nicholson in there. He's a junior. He's been a difference maker for him. He's a space eater. He blocks shots. He gets some offensive rebounds for him. Barron is he's an energy guy. He's always hustling all over the court. Martinelli, a freshman at 6'7". So they got a couple of guys that can come in there and give them valuable minutes. But again, the key to this team right here is how confident that backcourt is.
It is. Brooks Barnheiser's out of Lafayette, Indiana. He and Nick Martinelli, the freshman out of Glenview, they played awfully well in Iowa City. Talking to Coach Matt Gatens, said we need to be a little more physical with those two guys. Knock them off stride. Don't let them get going. Iowa and Northwestern coming up, scheduled for a 5:30 start. Time now for our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf. We go back 20 years to January of 2003. Iowa and Northwestern. Glenn Worley had a 16-point day, and Brody Boyd made 2 free throws with 2 seconds left to sew it up as the Hawks edged Northwestern 68-63. That was a midweek game, and it snapped a 12-game losing streak in the Big Ten for the Hawkeyes. That hadn't happened in a long time. Iowa improved to 9-3 on the year, and that was the Big Ten opener for the Hawkeyes, so that got them off and going. Iowa led by 16 midway through the second half, but the Wildcats staged a furious rally to pull to within 2 with a little over a minute to play, and had a number of shots, number of possessions with open looks, but couldn't convert. And Boyd sewed it up with a couple free throws in the closing seconds. Jared Reiner set a new career high in rebounds with 16. His previous high was 15 against the Cyclones earlier that year. Hawks win it over Northwestern 20 years ago, 68-63. Some of the other names, I always love looking at the box scores. Exactly. Brody Boyd had a dozen. Jeff Horner, let's see, Jeff would have been a freshman or a sophomore then. He had 10 points, 8 assists. We were just getting a feel for how good Jeff Horner could be. Chauncey Leslie had 10 points.
Yeah, you mentioned Brody Boyd, Sean Sonderleiter in there, Greg Bruner, Chauncey Leslie. Yeah, good group of great Hawkeyes.
Greg Bruner was a freshman. He had 4 rebounds and a couple points in that game. Great memories from that era of Iowa Hawkeye basketball. And that's our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Up next, we'll take a peek at the U.S. Bank scoreboard. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
Are you trying to make your bread go further? We have the recipe. Move your car loan to Community Choice and make no payments for up to 3 months. That's right, up to 3 months of no car payments. Go to unbankyourbread.com today and get started in just 60 seconds. Did we mention there's no cost to move your loan? Up to 3 months of no car payments and no cost to move. That's making your bread go further. Community Choice. Unusual? No, it's unbanking. Visit unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Welcome back to Evanston and Welsh Ryan Arena. Critical Big Ten game to the standings. They all seem to be critical these days. It's such a jumbled mess with 8 or 9 teams within a 2 or 3 game stretch of each other. And that bodes well for the NCAA tournament where Iowa and the league is concerned. Let's check other scores from today, courtesy of U.S. Bank. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today at U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Finals in the Big Ten, number 3 Purdue squashed Ohio State 82-55. The Buckeyes made it a game for most of the first half, but too much Zach Edey and company as they roll by Ohio State for an 82-55 victory. Look who's walking by. Keegan Murray.
Yeah, see if you can grab him there for a quick minute.
Keegan Murray. Let's see if we get him to come around the scorer's table here and
saying hello to everybody. Just saw Kenyon, said they flew back to Des Moines yesterday and saw McKenna play against Valley versus Prairie, and then picked him up and brought him over here. He was just out at Salt Lake City for the All-Star weekend, participating in a rookie game.
Got a chance to fly to Chicago, which is an easy trip, no doubt, in terms of connections, to watch brother Chris. I'm guessing this first chance he's had to see Chris in action. We're going to try and get a moment with Keegan when he's done talking with Sherman Dillard. Nebraska has a 27-24 lead on Maryland late in the first half, so Fred Hoiberg's Huskers are playing well.
Ooh, that's a big game. Maryland sitting there right with Iowa there at 9-6. Nebraska at 6-10, so going to have a lot of games like that in these final 3 weeks.
North Carolina and North Carolina State we're having a battle. We don't have that score. We'll come back to North Carolina State. We're trying to get Keegan Murray over here. Bear with us. Also, second-ranked Houston is hosting Memphis today. The Hawkeye women won big over Nebraska yesterday. Here he is.
Keegan,
pull that mic down in front of you there. You haven't forgotten how to use that, have you?
No,
good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, too.
Bobby,
welcome back. You're in Salt Lake City, my old home there. How's Salt Lake for you there this weekend?
It was fun. I had a good time. My mom ended up coming, so we both had a good time there, and we won the Rising Stars thing. So
I saw that, yeah.
Turned out pretty good.
For Team Powell, right?
Team Powell, yep.
Pau Gasol was a. How was the whole experience out there for you as a rookie going out there? I mean, you're taking the league on, you're setting it on fire, Keegan. Congratulations there.
Yeah, it was like. It was a whirlwind, like right when you land. I mean, you land, you go right to media, and then just meetings and stuff with Adidas. So I was busy 24/7 when I was there.
We've gotten to see a few games out on the West Coast. I think I checked the numbers a couple days ago. You're 12 points, 5 rebounds a game, shooting the three pretty good. What's been the most fun about your rookie year? What's been the biggest adjustment for you?
Yeah, I think the most fun's just been winning, especially at home. Our atmosphere is wild in Sacramento, so it's always sold out. It's always fun to play there, and just, I mean, it's just different from college with the travel schedule and things like that. So if you're on the road, you just have to adjust, and I feel like I've adjusted to it pretty well. So,
well, I'm delighted because I'm an old Kansas City Kings fan growing up. Nate Archibald. I go back to the Cincinnati Royals with Oscar, but it's great to see you. You got to be thrilled for how the Hawks are playing this year, especially your brother.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched almost every game, so just watching them, and they're hot right now. So it's good to see. It's kind of how we went last year. So just seeing them, what's up, Pat? Just seeing them do their thing right now.
All the Hawks are walking by, heading to the locker room with a
good luck bump.
Fist pump.
Billy.
This boy. Boy, what a year he's had.
Yeah, I mean, they've been great. Just seeing them be successful at the top of the Big Ten again. Keep reloading every year. It's been cool to see.
Hey, great to see you. Stay healthy. Keep it up, buddy. Enjoy the game.
We'll do. Appreciate it.
Keep going, man.
Yeah, nobody here knows you, so you'll have no problem sitting back there unnoticed.
No, I'll be fine. I'll disguise myself.
Hey, soak it in.
Yeah, I will for sure.
We'll see you again down the road, buddy.
Sure.
Take care, Keegan. What a terrific young guy he is now and was as a Hawkeye.
Always has been. Always available when we talk to him after the game. You know, he's the star of the game most of the time. And 4th pick of the NBA draft in the lottery, and just going to have a tremendous career moving forward. But that team, Sacramento Kings, you mentioned you're a fan. I used to play for them, Dolph. We weren't so good back in the day, but now they got a new arena. They got a great fan base. Wanted to talk to him about what they call lighting the beam. The star of the game gets to hit this easy button, and the beam lights up outside the arena there in Sacramento. So great community support, and good to see him supporting his Hawkeyes.
Well, it's a great market for the NBA. All you hear about is LA. It's nice to see Sacramento doing well with Keegan Murray, of course. Harrison Barnes is out there, Ames native, former Cyclone. We wish Keegan all the best. Now back to the U.S. Bank scoreboard. North Carolina State defeated North Carolina in the battle of the Tar Heel State, 77-69 today. Number 2 Houston edged Memphis 72-64. The Hawkeye Wrestlers are up on Oklahoma State 21-0. Spencer Lee has won again. I'm not sure, did he get a pin? He got a pin. Why would I ever doubt that he didn't get a pin? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll get an update on that. The Hawkeye women, of course, destroyed Nebraska yesterday. Up next, the 7th-ranked Hawks travel to Maryland to take on Coach Freeze and the Terrapins. That's our Hawkeye scoreboard update, courtesy of U.S. Bank. Oh, I should tell you that Chris Buechler is leading the Daytona 500 with 50 laps to go. Chris Buechler in the lead. Brad Keselowski is second. Denny Hamlin is third. Corey LaJoie fourth. And Eric Almirola fifth. That always comes down to the last lap anyway.
Some major action probably going to happen down there in the last 1 or 2 laps as those cars get bunched together. They get stuck together, and then the action starts.
Okay, for the record, Spencer Lee walks off in style. His final match is a collegiate at Carver. He gets the pin in 51 seconds.
There you go.
Is he something else? Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Basketball. Thanks for tuning in all across the Hawkeye Radio Network. 55 stations strong. We're also on Sirius XM satellite, channel 391 today. We're coming back to Evanston in just a minute. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by State Farm. With surprisingly great rates, State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. A Hawkeye victory gets them a second-place tie in the Big Ten, but it's not easy. Never is at Welsh Ryan Arena. Up next, we'll hear from Northwestern head coach Chris Collins, courtesy of Grizzly Coolers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Get in the game with Extreme Internet. Experience speeds up to an incredible 1 gig. Supercharge every room with whole home Wi-Fi 360 Pro and turn your home into the most connected pad on the block. You don't have time to play around with slow, unreliable internet. Get the speed, unbeatable reliability, and game-winning performance you deserve with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Call 8444-FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Ah, just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Join Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey each week at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coralville. Hawk Talk is 90 minutes of discussion about Iowa basketball. Check out HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
Hawks have been to Purdue, Minnesota a week ago today on Super Sunday, and now in Chicago, Evanston to be exact, taking on the Northwestern Wildcats, the second-place team in the Big Ten at 10-5. The Hawks can catch them today with a victory. Iowa sitting there at 9-6 in conference play. We talk often about how well Iowa takes care of the basketball. Well, the Wildcats are first in the conference in turnover margin at 4.5. They're second in three other defensive categories: steals per game, turnovers forced per game at almost 15, and of course winning percentage is up there at 73. So this is a very good team that Chris Collins has put together, of course led by those veteran guards, Boo Buie and Chase Audige. Coach Chris Collins is sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly Coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating. Well, we just saw you guys 3 weeks ago. A great first half in Iowa City. Hawks really had a hot second half, but what's happened since then to post these impressive wins?
Well, a lot of games, a lot of hard-fought battles, but, you know, our guys have just consistently played really hard. We've given ourselves an opportunity to win games, and we've done a good job closing. You know, we've had some close games, and we've been able to, whether it's find some stops at the end of the game or make some big shots or free throws, our guys, our veterans, and our guards have really led the way. And, you know, in a tough league like this, you got to try to find a way to win close games if you want to be successful.
Those guards are special. I mean, we talked about Boo and Chase back in Iowa City, and they didn't disappoint, and they certainly haven't. They've played at the level you expect them to since then.
Yeah, they've had great years, and, you know, that's why coming into the season, you know, I felt we had a chance to be competitive if those guys would play, you know, to a high level, which they have. And, you know, for us to continue to have success, we got to get the complementary guys to ease some of their pressure. But Chase and Boo have led the way. They have the ball in their hands. They're our playmakers. They are our leaders out there vocally, and certainly a big part of why we've been so successful is their play and leadership.
Coach, Barron's been solid. I've been impressed with Barnheiser.
Yeah, Brooks is a young kid we're very high on. Coach's kid out of Indiana, tough-minded, high IQ player. Just has been a guy who's been very versatile. You know, he can play in different kind of lineups, knows how to play, can make a shot, good playmaker, tough, and really fits what we're trying to do out there. And certainly I think his future is bright with us as a young player.
Coach, you just saw Iowa 3 weeks ago. Peyton Sanford had a big second half, which opened that thing up a little bit. But what did you learn from the first go-round, and what have you seen since?
I don't know if I learned anything or just kind of confirmed what I already knew, that, you know, this is an explosive basketball team. They're playing very well. Their pieces fit. You know, they seem to really, you know, have veteran guys that are leading the way. They can shoot the basketball and really score. You know, you have to get back in transition. You have to try to make it hard, and it's hard because obviously Chris is such a great scorer and player, but there are a lot of other guys that can hurt you in a lot of ways. Rebracha has been fantastic. Connor McCaffrey, in my opinion, has had an amazing season as their leader and playmaker, and we know what we're ahead of. You know, it's ahead of us tonight. This is a really good basketball team, one of the best in our conference, and it's going to be a tough game.
Chris, all the best the rest of the way. We'll look forward to seeing you in Chicago, downtown Chicago.
Thank you.
Yeah, downtown Chicago, a reference, of course, to the Big Ten basketball tournament, which comes back to Chicago and the United Center, the home of the Chicago Bulls, in a few weeks. Coach Chris Collins is in his 10th year as head coach of the Wildcats. That is still hard to believe. And it was roughly 5 years ago that Collins led Northwestern to its first ever NCAA tournament appearance and tournament victory. So he's done a remarkable job here, Bob.
He really has, Gary. And, you know, he's got a shortened rotation here today. He only plays like 7-8 guys, and they got a couple of big guys in there, Barron and Nicholson, but they hang their hat on those guards. in particular Chase Audige and Boo Buie, who are veteran guards. And because of that, they're in the middle of a 4-game winning streak. Last week, you knock off number 1 Purdue, and then back that, they knock off number 14 Indiana, 64-62 on a last-second shot. So this is a team coming in here this afternoon, Dolph, that is playing with a tremendous amount of confidence.
Coach Collins raved about Connor McCaffrey once we concluded the interview. He said, it's amazing how well Connor is playing in almost every facet of the game.
Yeah, he really is, and easy to see, too. And you can pass the ball, dish the ball out, 13 assists, no turnovers in that last game against Ohio State. The rebounds that he had, he hit a big three-point shot. So he's on top of his game, playing as well as he's played in his 6 years here at Iowa. He's just such a steadying influence on this basketball team. He's a step ahead of everybody on the court.
Boy, is he ever. He's a pass ahead of everybody else, too. He is now number 1 in the country assist-turnover ratio, better than 4 to 1. That is off the charts. Thank you, Grizzly Coolers, for sponsoring our opposing coach interview each game day. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. The Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guest spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and, of course, convenient locations right there in the Iowa River Landing in Coralville. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you next visit Hawkeye Country. And there's a lot of reasons to visit the Iowa River Landing. So much going on there with Extreme Arena right across the street. Thank you, Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, for your support of Hawkeye basketball. Up next, we'll hear from Hawkeye head coach Fran McCaffrey. He's presented by your Iowa John Deere dealers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You thought starting a business took courage. Imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. And when our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back.
We're
We're back at Welsh Ryan Arena. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. Iowa at Northwestern. This place will be dancing, noisy loud. Not only have the student body and the fan base here, the Wildcats, embraced this surging Northwestern team. There'll be a lot of Hawks in here. Great alumni base in the Chicagoland area, as there are for all Big Ten institutions. Certainly Iowa being one of the closest to Evanston. We'll see a lot of black and gold, assuming they got tickets. The Hawkeyes are 10-1 this season when making 9 or more three-pointers in a game, and they dropped 10 on Ohio State a couple nights back. Let's hear now from Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey. He's our John Deere pregame interview guest, courtesy of your John Deere dealers all across Iowa, including K.C. Nielsen in Harcourt.
Coach, you mentioned the other night that Philip Rebracha and Patrick were battling some flu symptoms prior to the Ohio State game. What's the update? They good to go?
Yeah, they were both fine the other night. They just didn't have as much energy maybe as they would have. They were feeling a little bit better, but they're fine now.
Well, 5 in double figures, I think it speaks well, despite the minor illnesses, how this team has developed nice depth.
Yeah, and that's so critical as you come down the stretch. I mean, these games are all really against good teams, against teams that are fighting for NCAA tournament bids. We're playing veteran teams like today. I mean, veteran guards, veteran front court guys. And so you got to have all your weapons. You got to have everybody understand what's necessary, what the game plan is, and everybody that comes in has to produce. That's what has to happen as you come down the stretch in this league.
Coach, the Hawks are +7 assists the last three games. 7 against the Buckeyes, 9 more than Purdue and Minnesota. I mean, Connor, #1 in the country now at 4-1 assist to turnover. And 2 of those which were road games, which I think speaks to the group's focus, which gives you a great advantage.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Dolph, you got to share the ball. You got to move the ball. You got to load people up. You get a guy, like let's say Chris is really cooking, you got to get him the ball. Peyton's cooking. Find Patrick in transition. Find him when he's going. Phillip's been terrific. Tony's been on fire. A bunch of games coming down the stretch here. You got to take care of those guys. You got to get them the ball when they're playing well. You got to get them the ball in transition before the team can set up their defense. And you have to have multiple people scoring so they can't focus on 1 or 2 guys.
Fran, today we got 2 teams that don't turn the ball over, period. We just played Northwestern 3 weeks ago, and you've they've posted back-to-back wins over Purdue and Indiana. That's reason enough to be concerned. But as usual, it starts with that guard core, doesn't it?
Yeah, not only are they really good, talking about Bowie and Audige, they're taking over 50% of the team shots, which is rare for just 2 guys. But they're both gifted scorers at different levels. They're not just shooters, they're not just drivers. They have mid-range games, and they can score in transition. They run sets for them. They run different actions for them. So those 2 guys are critical. But, for them, it's always the third scorer. Is it Barron? Is it Barnheiser? Is it Ty Berry? Nicholson's solid, and he's been playing great out of the 5 spot with Verhoeven as a backup. So this is a team that plays like a veteran team, like what you would expect with Bowie and Audige in the back.
And when you look at the numbers, Tony Perkins and Aaron Eulis are crafty and veteran and seemingly getting better each game.
Well, their defense on those 2 guys today is going to be absolutely critical. They did a good job on them last time we played them. They'll have to do another good job on them today.
Coach, good luck. Thanks so much as always.
Appreciate it, Dolph.
Thanks to Coach McCaffrey. He's sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers. K.C. Nielsen, your premier John Deere dealer with 11 locations in northern Iowa, offering parts, sales, and service on John Deere large ag equipment, lawn and garden and commercial worksite products. K.C. Nielsen Limited has been family owned and operated since 1946. Learn more at kcnielsen.com. Up next, Bobby Hansen has his club car wash keys to the game, previewing Iowa and Northwestern Sunday afternoon. Big Ten basketball from the shores of Lake Michigan. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept.
when something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Getting closer to tip-off, Iowa Northwestern here from Evanston. Right now it's time for Bobby Hansen's Keys to a Hawkeye Victory. Keys to the game sponsored by the official car wash of the Hawks, Club Car Wash. With unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month, there's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. I'm guessing you're starting in that guard court.
You got it, my man. You've been looking over my shoulder, taking a peek at my notes there.
Couldn't help it.
Yeah, you can't help it. #1 is backcourt matchups, and that's Boo Buie, Chase Audees. And then you can throw in Ty Berry, who's not playing as well as he was earlier in the year, but he's still very dangerous. But they're all playing at a very high level. And as they go, so goes Northwestern, Gary. So you need to be up into those three guys, get in their space, make them work for everything they got. Aaron Eulis, Tony Perkin, Connor McCaffrey come off the bench with Peyton Sanford, Desante Bowen, Josh Dix. They're up for the challenge. There's no doubt. I love the way Connor played Bryce Sensabaugh from Ohio State in that last game. Really made him work for everything. So that's what you got to do. When these guys are that good, that confident, put a little doubt in their mind where you play physical, get up in there, make them work for it. But #1 key is going to be the backcourt matchup and who wins that battle. The second key is going to be the tempo of this game. Northwestern is going to try and control the tempo. They want to be low possessions. Hawkeyes want to have a lot of possessions in this game. So the Hawks are going to have to get the basketball, make or miss, and go. Neither team is a big turnover team, so you're really not going to have those open court easy run outs. So you got to take care of the basketball once again, run on opportunity, share it just like the Hawkeyes have been doing all season long. So you got to get the tempo going in your favor. Try to get to 80 points. I don't think Northwestern can catch up if you can get that 80-point mark. The third key, if you want to run, you got to get the rebound. So glass and paint play is going to be very critical in this game. You need to send a message early to Northwestern and let them know in this crazy Wildcat fan base that's going to be in here. That's going to be a battle all game long, and we will own the paint. Chris, Phillip, Patrick, it should be proved to be too quick for the two guys. They got Barron and Nicholson in the starting lineup. So attack the glass, attack the paint, and get the tempo going in your favor, and should walk out of here in a couple hours with a W.
Bobby's Keys to the Game, sponsored by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location near you. Want to extend our sympathies, Bobby, our best wishes to the family, the extended family of Jess Rickardson. Jess, as you know, is our Iowa ticket office manager. Jess' grandmother passed away this past week, and Irma Seamer's wake service is going on this afternoon in Clinton County. Irma was 103 years old. How about that? Jess tells me she listened to and watched her beloved Hawkeyes every chance she got, right up until the end. Tough farm lady. She and her husband farmed outside Clinton near Goose Lake. And Irma, we certainly wish the Rickardson family would be Jess's mother's mother. So to everybody in Clinton County, especially who knew the Seamers, are very best. And, of course, to Jess Rickardson in particular. Kirk Ferentz always said, you know, I've been to Goose Lake and Clinton a number of times. I've never seen the lake. Where is the lake?
I can't help you with that.
A little humor injected. And Jess promised me there are not one but two lakes around Goose Lake. Now, the size is, you know, dependent upon the size. I mean, some people might call it a big pond. Others might call it a small lake. But there are lakes around Goose Lake.
You know what I know about geese there? They don't mind. As long as it's wet and it's water, they're going to find it and call it theirs, as they will live there forever. But we celebrate Irma and a life well lived at 103.
Thank you to the Rickardson family for letting us know that. Also, we lost former University of Iowa women's legendary basketball star and Seattle Storm center Simone Edwards, who passed away at the age of 49 this week, 2 years after she was diagnosed with cancer. I remember watching her play. Man, was she something else. 6'4", track standout in her native Jamaica. She played junior college basketball in Oklahoma before transferring to Iowa in 1994. And she was part of the Hawkeyes Big Ten regular season championship team in 1996 and the Big Ten tournament title team in 97. She was on that club that advanced to the Sweet 16 in 1996. And the second round of the tournament in 1997. She was part of 74 victories while at Iowa. Simone, we think of her and wish her family all the best.
Yeah, we do. I saw that earlier, Gary. I recognize that name right away because she was a star there with the University of Iowa. So gone too soon at 49 years old.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed, whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure. You want expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC. Again, that's uihc.org/HVC, or call 319-356-7102, 319-356-7102. Iowa Northwestern coming up shortly. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups, plus the Shields colors of the game are right around the corner. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Get to the point.
0.99% APR, that is. Open your new home equity line of credit with Community Choice and get a 0.99% APR introductory rate for your first 6 months. Oh, did we point this out? You won't pay closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds from the comfort of your couch. Go to unbankwithus.com. With skyrocketing inflation, there's no point in waiting. Get to the point today. Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeye basketball live from the Windy City, just north of the Loop. Evanston, Illinois, the home of the Northwestern Wildcats, and they are slowly making their way in here. The student body has been here about an hour, and they're all lathered up and ready to go. The boos are working. The vocal cords are working. The Hawks have been booed soundly on a number of occasions, but we see more than a smattering of black and gold clad Hawkeye fans in here as well. Time to meet the starting lineups courtesy of Mid-American Energy. No matter what type or size business you own, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add to the bottom line this winter. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. That is Mid-American. Let's look at the Wildcats. First off, these two teams met just 3 weeks ago in Iowa City on the final day of January. The Hawks with a 47-point second half won it going away 86-70, but it was tied at the half. Boo Buie and Chase Audige, they are the men that make the Northwestern Wildcats go at both ends of the floor. Buie is a 6'2 senior from Albany, New York, averaging 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Chase Audige, 6'4", 200-pound redshirt senior from Coram, New York, putting up 15 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists. Ty Berry, a 6'3 junior, also at a guard. He's out of Newton, Kansas. 9 points and 5 boards. Robbie Barron, the 6'9 senior from Richmond, Virginia, is patrolling along the baseline and in the middle. Big bear of a forward. He's averaging 9 points and 5 boards as well. And 7-foot Matthew Nicholson, a junior, 255-pounder from Clarkston, Michigan, is averaging 6 points and that many rebounds. They'll come off the bench with Nick Martinelli, a freshman at 6'7 from nearby Glenview. Brooks Barnheiser, a 6'6 sophomore from Lafayette, Indiana. Titus Verhoeven, a 6'9 graduate transfer from Texas El Paso. Julian Roper is not playing today. He's missed several games. Really talented 6'3 sophomore from Detroit, but he's got a lower extremity injury, and he has been ruled out for today's game. Northwestern 19-7, 10-5 in second place in the Big Ten. What a year Chris Collins and the Wildcats are having, coming off gigantic wins over then number 1 ranked Purdue and holding on to beat Indiana here at Welsh Ryan a few days back. Wildcats score 68 a game. They give up 62 points a game. For the Hawkeyes, who, by the way, average 81 and allow 73. Philip Rebracha will start at a forward, 6'9", fifth-year senior, averaging 14 points, 8 rebounds, shooting 57% from the field. Also at a forward, Chris Murray. Brother Keegan is here watching Chris today. Chris at 6'8", 220 pounds, academically a junior out of Cedar Rapids Prairie. He's averaging 21 points, 8 rebounds, and number 2 in the Big Ten in points scored per game. He's also dishing out a couple of assists. Connor McCaffrey's above that number, 4 assists a game to go with 4 rebounds and 7 points on average for Connor McCaffrey, the 6'6" grad transfer from grad student from Iowa City West. Connor comes off a career-high 13 assists, no turnover game in that victory over Ohio State. The guard court, Tony Perkins, 6'4" junior from Indianapolis, coming off a 24-point game, averages 12 and 4. Aaron Eulis, 6'3" junior from Marian Catholic in Chicago Heights, is scoring at 7 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. Aaron was in double figures the other night. You know, his game has emerged patiently, Bobby, and if I'm Perkins and Eulis, I'm guessing they're a little bit irritated about all the pub that Bowie and Audige are getting this season, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and that's okay. Aaron Eulis, you're right, though, Gary. The junior really starting to play better. He's knocking down that three-point shot. He hit one in the first half. He's playing really good defense. He uses his quickness. But, you know, he's going to have a nice challenge here tonight with Bowie. So you'll see Tony guard him a little bit. You'll see Aaron Eulis on him. But I know those guys are going to take that as a personal challenge at the start of this game.
Hawkeyes will bring Peyton Sanford off the bench. He had a great game against Northwestern a couple weeks ago, scoring 20 points. Obviously, we'll see Patrick McCaffrey. It's great to see Pat back out there running around and healthy again. Desante Bowen, Josh Dix. Maybe this is a game where the young man from Council Bluffs explodes with those lethal three-point goals that he's capable of making. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. Time now for the school colors. The uniforms that the Hawkeyes are wearing today, the road black for the Hawks with gold and white trim. Northwestern is in the home white with the purple trim. A little black mixed in. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Thanks to Shields for their longtime support of Hawkeye basketball. When we get back to Iowa City tonight, we'll get ready for Hawk Talk tomorrow night at the Hyatt Regency in the Edgewater Grill and Bar. Hi to Matt and the staff at the Hyatt back in Coralville. Hyatt Regency Hotel and Conference Center in the Iowa River Landing. They've been our hosts for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey all season long. Man, they had a crowd there last week with the Collins Aerospace Company engineering convention. They came from all over the country, something like 300 folks employed by Collins Aerospace, of course, a great Iowa company based out of Cedar Rapids. So it was a beehive of activity. There's always something going on at the Hyatt.
Yeah, always something at the Hyatt. Great location. Matt and Matt, the two guys in charge over there. Matt in the kitchen. Matt is general manager, and they always take great care of us. And we'd love to see all those people that come out and support the show. And be another great show tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock.
And feel free to come on out and join us. We got room for you. Our next show tomorrow night from 7 until 8:30 at the Hyatt Regency. Let's give you a scoreboard update here. Earlier today in the Big Ten, number 3 Purdue got back on track, defeating Ohio State 82-55. Maryland leads Nebraska 44-38. 10.5 minutes to go in that game out at Pinnacle Bank Arena in Lincoln. And here Iowa and Northwestern are about to get underway. Number 23, North Carolina State defeated North Carolina today, so the Wolfpack knocks off the Tar Heels 77-69.
I saw a stat, I couldn't believe it, Gary, that North Carolina is now 0 for 9 quad 1 games. They have not had a quad 1 victory yet, North Carolina.
You're kidding me.
0 and 9. I don't know if that's true or not, but.
Oh, no, what's their record in the ACC?
I don't know. Huh. They had a lot of non-conference games that they didn't get, but yeah, that one had maybe looked twice.
No wonder they're seated on the play-in line with Kentucky.
Might be the first national champion doesn't make it to the NCAA tournament in the next year.
Man,
yeah,
that's
crazy.
Well, we'll stay tuned. There's 3 weeks left to go in the season. Number 2 Houston defeated Memphis today, 72-64. The update: they're on the final lap at Daytona, and Kyle Busch, who jumped from Toyota to Chevrolet, is in the lead. Austin Dillon is second. William Byron is third. Joey Logano fourth, and Kyle Larson is fifth. So 1 lap to go. It looks like it's still green. Usually, if Kyle Busch gets the lead, you ain't getting by him. Nope. On the last lap. Hawkeye baseball today. The Hawks this weekend down in Florida defeated Indiana State 6-2 on Friday. Yesterday they topped Quinnipiac 7-1 and 10-0 today. So good weekend for Hawkeye baseball as well as Hawkeye wrestling. Iowa leads Oklahoma State 28-4. The number 2 Hawkeyes roughing up the Cowboys 28-4, and we're down to perhaps the last match. Kobe Seabreck is on the mat as we speak. That's our updated U.S. Bank scoreboard. Well, we're coming right back with the start of this afternoon's game. See, the officials out there have come on the floor. Eric Curry, Paul Selk, and Courtney Green. They will be blowing the whistles for this highly anticipated game here at Evanston and Northwestern. The Wildcats hosting the Iowa Hawkeyes, second place at stake in the Big Ten. We're coming back for the start of today's game in just a minute. Thanks to EMC Insurance Companies for sponsoring our pregame show. As always, this is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Businesses like yours count on EMC Insurance Companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Great job by youngsters from one of the local grade schools, elementary schools here in Evanston. I don't think there's one over 3 feet tall. Boy, they were right on cue, though. Or right in tune, weren't they?
Awesome, yeah, those young kids. There's got to be about 40 of them out there, Gary, and yeah, they belted it out. Good job, kids.
Update from Iowa City, second-ranked Iowa. Tuning up for the Big Tens, has defeated Oklahoma State, 10th-ranked Oklahoma State, 28-7. That's the final, and the big story there, of course, Spencer Lee. Spencer Lee with a pin in 51 seconds concludes a brilliant dual meet home career for the Hawkeyes. Of course, there's plenty of wrestling left for Spencer Lee and the Hawkeyes. Iowa being introduced right now. And now the Wildcats will have their turn to run out on the floor.
In the golf world, John Rahm ran away. He got tied there toward the end, but nice finish for John Rahm to win the Genesis out there at Riviera Country Club in L.A.
You know, speaking of someone who has spent most of his retired life on the golf course, our buddy Phil Addy was in the news this week. Longtime University of Iowa Sports Information Director. Phil Hattie has been elected to the College Sports Communicators, that's formerly the COSIDA, Sports Information Directors of America Hall of Fame. That announcement was made Thursday, a couple days back. Hattie, a native of Cedar Rapids, served as Iowa Sports Information Director from 1993 until his retirement in 2012. He was a COSIDA member from 1971 to 2012 and previously received a 25-year citation and a Lifetime Achievement Award from the organization. Phil began his career at Iowa in 1971. Prepped at Cedar Rapids, Washington, graduated from Iowa, earned 2 degrees. And he's just was the third sports information director in the history of the school, dating back to 1923. Hattie doesn't go back to 1923, but you know, all of them are in the COSIDA, still call it the COSIDA Hall of Fame. Eric Wilson, George Wine, and now Phil Hattie. Phil worked under Bump Elliott, Bob Bowlesby, and Gary Barta. So, Phil, he's probably putting out or picking it up down in Naples as we speak, but nobody more deserving of that honor than Phil Hattie.
As you just mentioned, well-deserved for Phil, and I know he and his lovely wife Elaine are enjoying retirement, splitting time between Iowa and Florida.
You know, and postseason rolled around. Of course, his niche was wrestling. He and Gable are very close friends, and Phil was the public address announcer for countless hundreds of Iowa dual meet matches and tournaments over the years. But he also worked your appearance in the Final Four in 1980.
He was, I think, as an assistant under George Wine at that time. But just goes to show you the type of people that Iowa hires, the loyalty that they have. And these are all long-time, employees at the university and do such a great job. And they make our job easier. Steve Rowe, Matt Weitzel, all that crew that's now working inside that sports information office.
Yeah, Phil worked 11 men's basketball Final Fours. 15
he volunteered, didn't he?
Yeah, he and Steve Rowe still do, or Steve does. 15 Big Ten Conference men's and basketball tournaments. And for over 35 years, he was at every NCAA wrestling championship. Way to go, Had Dog. Phil Hattie, now a member of the Sports Information Directors Hall of Fame, and we're very happy for him. We're also very happy that this game is finally starting.
What an atmosphere, though, Gary.
So our 5:30 tip-off is at 5:43.
Yeah, I mean, look at the people. They just kind of waited till the Eden's cleared out, and they got that traffic jam fixed on Central Avenue out there.
Central Street, yeah.
Central Street. Everybody's on their feet and pumping up the bass.
Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Wellmark, Blue Cross, Blue Shield. And Hawk fans, thank you for joining us. Strap that shoulder harness on tight. This is going to be a fun one. Northwestern will jump the 7-footer Nicholson against Chris Murray of the Hawkeyes. And Northwestern controls the tip, as you would expect. Robbie Barron gathers it in. And the Hawks are man-to-man. Northwestern has a first look in the offensive end. It's Ty Berry. Backdoor cut, layup good. Tony Perkins got switched off on Nicholson, the big center. And on that back cut, nice pass by Berry. Northwestern pops the first hoop in for the evening. It's 2-0.
Yeah, Robbie Barron made a nice cut from weak side to strong side. Had an easy layup.
Rabracha from Connor McCaffrey holds up high post left. Now to Ulis with 10 to shoot. Just underway in Evanston. Here's Perkins around a screen by Rabracha. Now to Phillip. Phillip's going to have to get something going to the basket. Here he comes up and no good. Put back is good. Stayed with it. Nicholson tried to block the first shot. He's got a long wingspan, but Phillip quicker off his feet.
Great job by Phillip. Took the action right to the big 7-footer. Missed the first one, but Nicholson never left his feet, as you said, Gary. Phillip is quick on the jump. Got the first hoop.
Ty Berry with it at the center jump circle. Boo Buie is released to the corner. Now here's a pass to the wing. And heading to the basket is Chase Audige. Into the corner. A three is good by Ty Berry. Ty Berry, yeah, he didn't, he had a wide open look. Didn't get much done in Iowa City, but he knocks down a big three here, and it's 5-2 Northwestern. They played a minute and a half. Ulis takes the dribble left of the circle. Now drives in on Buie. Bowie's getting in his way and slowing him down. Top of the circle pass for Rabracha. Here's Phillip right of the lane, double team. Somebody's open. It's Ulis in the corner. Misses a three. And the rebound cleared by Northwestern's Robbie Barron. Northwestern wants the more deliberate slowdown game. Buie runs Ulis into a screen. Barron, left wing for Berry. Berry splashed down a three. He's a capable shooter. Nicholson with a catch left of the ring. Now to Audige, 7 to shoot for Northwestern. Barron throws up a three. That's way short of the mark. Good defense by Iowa in the half court. Perkins clears. Here's Chris Murray finally touching the basketball and fouled on his way to the basket. Yeah, more of that, please.
Yeah, attack. And that's when Chris attacks like that, he gets to the free throw line early in the game. And that's what he did against Michigan, if you remember, in Iowa City. He put the ball on the deck, used that left hand, gets hard, gets deep into the paint, and he's really aggressive here early in this game.
Chris has improved the free throw shooting to 75%. He's looking into a wall, a sea of waving white, those balloons, stick balloons by the student body.
They got it all here today.
Makes the first one. Second one in and out, no good. It's 5-3. Northwestern keeps the lead for the moment. 17:43 to play. First half. Buie trots into the front court. Now along the far sideline for Berry. Nicholson, center of the floor, works the dribble in on Rabracha. Hands off to Buie. Turns the corner, holds up right of the lane. Here's Berry driving in right baseline. Turns, shoots, and misses the shot. Good block out by Aaron Ulis. He brings the ball down the floor. Chris Murray. Right side, now back center of the court for Ulis. Right back to Chris. Northwestern man-to-man. Audige is chasing him around. Ulis again. Crossover dribble, gets inside. Jump passes to Tony Perkins on the wing. 10 to shoot. 3 minutes gone, opening period. Good man-to-man by Northwestern. Tight. Here's Rabracha. Threw it away. Trying to hit Chris Murray on a back cut. And Chris was all covered up.
All covered up. I thought the ball was tipped, as does Phillip, but referee's not paying any attention.
Well, they're not paying any attention to Phillip. He is vehemently protesting. Here's Audige, a jump shot in transition. Good. Caught the Hawks napping, getting down floor on defense, and Audige gives Northwestern a 5-point lead, 8-3. Ulis bodied up on by Ty Berry. Here's Perkins along the sideline. Now to Connor McCaffrey. Connor Gets inside, bounce pass to Rebraca right of the lane, and a wild throw by Phillip is picked off by Northwestern. Berry in transition. He got away with a travel. Bowie throws up a three. It's good. Timeout Iowa. Fran McCaffrey is not happy with the energy level of the Hawkeyes. 16-17 to play in the first half, and Northwestern has opened up an early 8-point lead, 11-3. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Mid-American Energy. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers, visit midamericanenergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. And when corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol, it's a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win, and you could win even more from Iowa corn. It's 11-3 Northwestern, just starting here at Welsh Ryan Arena. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime, but the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Great scene here at Northwestern with the Wildcats leading 11-3 over Iowa early on in the game. Billy McKinney, who does the radio broadcast with Dave Ennett, has been inducted into the Northwestern Wildcat Hall of Fame. And he's now making his way back to Radio Row. Billy's a great guy, wonderful person. And he's a little emotional right now.
He saw him before the game. He didn't know what was going to happen there at that first time out, but one of the all-time really good guys, knew him in the NBA. He was drafted by the Bulls, played for Jerry Krause, and he is the mayor of Zion, Illinois, just north of us here.
Congratulations, Mayor. Hawkeyes now trying to get their offense going. Here's a holding foul inside, and they'll get Audige for the... It's not on Audige?
Oh, it was. Better. I thought they got Big Nicholson in there for holding him, but Audige picks up his first.
16:06 to play in the first half. He's grabbing onto Chris Murray. Here's Tony Perkins. Passed up an open look. Now he has it swiped away from behind by Audige. Chases him down the floor. Audige with a reverse layup attempt. No good. Credit Tony for getting back and creating some interference there. Here's Connor McCaffrey to Ulis. Ulis, high post left. Chris Murray left wing from Connor McCaffrey. Gets inside, throws it high off the glass and down through. Great move by Chris Murray.
Attack with the left hand from the right side there. Went over the top of the 7-footer. Nicholson. Chris gets his first basket.
This came after the missed layup attempt by Audige off the steal. The block shot. 11-5 Northwestern. See if the Hawks can settle in now. Audige crossover dribble. Oh, beats Tony Perkins off the drive to the corner for Berry. And he hits another three. That is 4 3-point goals by Northwestern in the first 5 minutes.
They do that a lot, Gary, where they drive to the baseline, jump out of bounds, throw it to this far left corner.
Well, you know it's coming. Here's Rebraca looking for an outlet. Connor McCaffrey tries a three. That's short. And it's rebounded by Audige on the baseline. 14-5 Northwestern. We played 5 minutes.
We're going to slow it up now.
Here at Welsh Ryan Arena. You don't want to let these guys get too far away because they will slow it down significantly. Robbie Barron takes the dribble. High post left. Rebraca ties him up. Now finds an open teammate in Ty Berry, guarded by Connor McCaffrey. Here's a deep three, and that had no chance. Way short. Rebraca gets the rebound. Hawks down 9 with the ball. Connor McCaffrey, a bounce right wing for Ulis. Right back to Connor, and a foul inside as he gets the ball to Rebraca. Leaning on him is Matthew Nicholson. That's what, three team fouls on the Wildcats.
That's the good news, because the Hawks have no team fouls, but you get them into the bonus, get to the free throw line early.
Well, Nicholson has to come out. And Brooks Barnheiser, the 6'6 sophomore from Lafayette, Indiana, in the game. McCaffrey will inbound underneath the goal to the right. Does so to Rebraca. 14:28 to play first half. Ulis tied up, throws into the corner. Now to the wing, and Chris Murray to Ulis, who's cutting to the basket. Shot up and good. Ulis fought through 2 Wildcats to get that shot off.
Boy, he did. Just had enough presence of mind there to get it up on the rim. Kindly came off the glass and fell through the net.
And here's a dunk inside by Northwestern's Titus Verhoeven. Rebraca came with a double team on the man with the ball, and Verhoeven was wide open. He had a layup, a practice layup.
Had a couple of them early.
Here's Murray for 3. That's strong. 16-7. Northwestern's lead is 9, and now a foul on the rebound called on Connor McCaffrey. First foul on the Hawkeyes. 13:51 to play in the first half. Hawks are sluggish in the offensive end, and has a lot to do with Northwestern's man defense.
Just tight man-to-man defense, and forcing the Hawkeyes to put the ball on the floor. No catch and shoot shots or threes for the Hawkeyes yet.
Haven't been able to get that transition game going. Here's Bowie shoving off on Ulis. Gets it to the right side, and Barnheiser. Barnheiser brings a dribble center of the floor. Nick Martinelli is in, also a freshman from Glenview. 9 to shoot. Berry is wrapped up by Connor McCaffrey. Throws it left baseline to Titus Verhoeven. And a blocking foul called on Iowa. Perkins first. Now comes Patrick McCaffrey and Peyton Sanford into the game. A little more three-point firepower for the Hawks. 13:26 to go. First half. 16-7 in favor of Northwestern. They've been red hot from the field to this point. Wildcats are 6 out of 10 with 4 threes. Berry fights his way into the lane, and he walked with it. Good help defense there for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, good call too by Eric Curry that time. The Hawkeyes collapse on the dribble penetrator there and shuffled the feet, and I think that's just their first turnover in the game.
It is. Iowa's flipped it over twice. Both those came early, and off those turnovers, Northwestern reined in a pair of threes. That caused some separation. And here's Peyton Sanford mishandling a bounce pass from Philip Rebraca. Another turnover. Berry shooting in transition. Misses the 3. Perkins is going the other way with it for Iowa. Tony double team. Chris Murray now with the ball. Into the corner. Patrick McCaffrey puts the ball on the floor. Looks for an outlet to Peyton Sanford. Along the baseline to Chris Murray. He's going to take on the freshman. Gets around him, and that's easy. Up and in over Nick Martinelli. I like that matchup.
You're going to need a lot of that here this afternoon, Gary. Chris Murray now with 5 points, 5 of the 9 Hawkeye field, 9 points. We need Chris to go off for about 30. In
Hawkeyes back to within 7, 16-9. Bowie chased by Perkins. Now to Barnheiser, around Murray. High off the glass, no good. Caught the rim and fell off. Peyton Sanford clears. Here come the Hawks. Good pass inside to Rebraca. He's got a guard on him. Now he's double teamed. Looks for an outlet. Jump passes to Chris Murray, who's open for 3. No good off the right of the iron. Martinelli with a rebound, and Chris Collins puts up the stop sign. He said, don't get in a running game with these guys.
Yeah, he put up both hands, almost ran out there and tackled Boo Boo and slow it up.
There was a couple quick shot possessions for Northwestern that Hawks just couldn't convert at the other end. 16-9, the score holds. Barnheiser around Peyton Sanford, shot up and no good. Rebound tip and out of bounds to Iowa. Timeout on the floor. Hawks were fighting in there, and Northwestern's Verhoeven was sailing out of bounds with that rebound. Off balance, tried to throw it off Patrick McCaffrey, but he had already touched beyond the end line. So there's a timeout on the floor with the Hawks coming to the huddle. 11:41 to play in the first half. It's 16-9 Northwestern. You knew you were going to get these guys' best shot out of the gate with a crowd as jacked as they are.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Gary, and the confidence that they're playing with on this 4-game winning streak.
But Iowa's settled in. They've not panicked. And they're back to within 7 after trailing by 9. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by EMC Insurance. You don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company that you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at EMCINS.com. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Emergency Fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC Insurance Companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
It's loud and raucous here at Welsh Ryan Arena in Evanston. And no doubt the Northwestern players are feeding off that emotion. They've hit 4 threes to start the game here in the first 8 minutes plus, 4 out of 7. And lead Iowa by a count of 16-9. 6-0 in points off turnovers, Bobby. That's not a cause for concern yet.
No, just 3 turnovers for Iowa. Northwestern's only turned it over 1 time. I don't think the Hawkeyes have scored off that, but those early 2 turnovers got the game going here for Northwestern when they hit those 2 long-range bombs.
Hawkeye basketball sponsored by our friends at Wellmark, Blue Cross, and Blue Shield. We'll get you stations a station ID here, a 10-second ID break shortly. Right now we're ready to go. Chris Murray gets it into Tony Perkins.
2-2-1 3/4 court pressure.
Just a new look. Iowa handles it nicely and now tries to score in the half court. Perkins, stop and go move, gets to the basket, scoop layup, no good, and a blocking foul. Or is it a charge? No, they are.
Tony, that's a block.
Thought the guy was inside the block charge circle, but apparently not. That's 2 fouls on Tony. So he's got to come out of the game, and Josh Dix will bring his marksman-like ability to the floor. Freshman from Council Bluffs. 11.5 to go first period. Oh, here's a wide open look at a 3, and no good. Rebracha slaps the rebound to Patrick McCaffrey. Well, Martinelli will never have a cleaner look than that one. Somebody missed a defensive assignment and got away with it. And now a foul off the ball. Deej has picked up his second, grabbing onto Rebracha. I'm not sure why they're switching him off onto Rebracha, but
they switch everything.
Keep doing it.
Yeah, he's got to come out of the game. You're going to have to switch over to the bench right there. That's good news for the Hawkeyes.
Big time news. Perkins is out for Iowa with a pair of fouls. 11:07 to play in the first half. Boo Booey's still out there, though. He's guarding Josh Dix. Here's Chris Murray backing the dribble into the paint, throws it to Rebracha. Shot blocked away. Right to his teammate, though, Dix. Now Sanford's open. He hits a long jump shot. That's a 3. And the Hawkeyes are back to within 4.
Ooh, he's a Northwestern killer. Peyton's got that look in his eye. He had a big second half back in January against the Wildcats and hits a big one right there.
Josh Dix guarding Boo Booey. Robbie Barron with it for the Wildcats. Bowie elbows his way into the paint, hits a cutting backdoor teammate, but it's knocked away, stolen away by Josh Dix off the miss by Titus Verhoeven. Now the Hawkeyes turn it over. Jump pass that went awry. 10:20 to go in the half. Iowa with 4 turnovers. Bowie skids to a stop in the lane. Here's Verhoeven again. Scoop layup. No good. He missed it. Good defense by Philip Rebracha. He caused that shot to be short. Neither team can score at the moment. Peyton Sanford hit a big 3 a moment ago, though. The Hawks trail by only 4. Chris Murray's open for 3. That is off the mark. And cleared by Northwestern's Brooks Barnheiser, 6'6". And Bowie slows it down to a walk. 9:50 to play in the first half. 16-12 Northwestern. Bowie takes the dribble left side near the Iowa bench. Crosses over and lets fly with a 3. It is no good. Rebound tipped out by Northwestern's Verhoeven. Nice offensive rebound as he got it to Robbie Barron. Here's a stop-and-go move driving into the paint now as Barnheiser shot up. That's short. Everything's coming up short for Northwestern. Cleared by Rebracha. Sanford into the front court. Throw to Chris Murray, and coming over his back is Ty Berry. That'll be a foul on the junior from Newton, Kansas. His first 5 team fouls on the Wildcats. And it'll be Iowa basketball when play resumes. 24 on the shot clock. Hawks will inbound left of their own square underneath the basket. Dix to do the honors. Connor McCaffrey's out of the game. Josh looking, now gets it out front for Rebracha to Sanford. He's chased by 6'10" Robbie Barron. Not going to give Peyton a chance to even look at the basket. Here's Murray, turns the corner, scoop layup, no good, blocked by Nicholson, and the Hawks get back on defense. Chris drove into a double team, a little bit surprised by that. Northwestern with the ball. Northwestern hasn't scored in 5 minutes. Hawks are getting it done on the defensive end. 16-12. Iowa's deficit is 4. Here's Bowie, a jump shot, good in the lane. He drove it into the lane, spun, and hit the basket. 18-11. I'm sorry, not 18-12. 18-11. Here's Dix back for the Hawkeyes. Rebracha with a catch left of the lane. Now backs the dribble in now to McCaffrey to Peyton Sanford. He's open, misses that 3. Rebound tipped it. Bowie grabs it for Northwestern. Matthew Nicholson got a hand on it and punched it right to his teammate. Northwestern now up 7, 18-11. Bowie on a crossover dribble, gets in, shoves his way in, and missed the layup. Boy, it was halfway down and hopped back out. Touchy rims here at both ends of the floor. Sanford shooting in transition. Air ball out of bounds. 8:04 to play in the first half. Connor McCaffrey will come back into the game. Iowa trailing 18-11. Chris Murray will come out, get his first breather. Sanford is also out of the game. Ulis is back in for the Hawkeyes along with Connor McCaffrey. So Fran goes with a more guard-heavy lineup.
Yeah, and Peyton saying he got hit on that shot, but he'll get Chris back in there after the under 8-minute timeout. Got to buckle down on defense here.
7:55 to play in the half. Hawks are doing a good job on the defensive end. Northwestern has 1 field goal in the last nearly 6 minutes, and that's by this man, Bowie. Drives the ball around Josh Dix. Backdoor pass is caught. Shot up, no good, but a foul on Rebracha. Bullet pass by Bowie, and that was a pretty one to Nicholson. Matthew Nicholson, a 48% free throw shooter, will get a pair when we come back. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by our friends at U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. And with quick hot savings from Quickstar, you'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quickstar's got your savings covered. 18-11 Northwestern. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10-second ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Basketball. We're coming right back to Evanston. The battle for second place in the Big Ten continues. Northwestern up 7. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Well, Mark, Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to Hawkeye basketball. Matthew Nicholson will shoot 2 free throws for Northwestern. They've corrected the score back to 18-12. I saw 12 on the scoreboard as Peyton Sanford's 3.
He was deep behind the line.
Yeah, and then during the timeout, they checked at the scorer's table and confirmed it was a 3, so they put the point back on the board. It's 18-12, make it 19-12 as Nicholson hits the first free throw, and the second one no good off the right of the iron. Dix with the board. Clears for Iowa. Hawks have 12 points in 12 and a half minutes. So credit Northwestern. They've pestered Iowa into 5 for 16 shooting. Here's Ulis, drives in deep, gets the ball to Rebraca, and he's knocked to the ground. He'll have 2 free throws coming. And they're going to get Matthew Nicholson. That's his second, so the 7-footer will have to sit down. And Verhoeven comes in. I like this Verhoeven, Bobby. He hustles.
He does.
6'9", 235-pound grad transfer from Texas El Paso. Phillips free throws right through. High arcing toss. So Northwestern gives up some space.
Yeah, Verhoeven's going to have to play some extended minutes, too. He's not used to playing that much with the 2 fouls on the 7-footer Nicholson.
Chris Murray's going to come back in for Iowa. Rebraca's second free throw, no good. 19-13. The teams trade a single free throw. And Northwestern's lead is 6. The Wildcats have led by as many as 9 on the strength of 4 threes. The Hawks have yet to hit a 3 in 7 tries. You got to believe that's going to change. Here's Bowie. Oh, he walked with it. Yeah, he took 2 extra steps. Came off a down low post screen. That's right. They did correct Peyton Sanford's long 2 to 3.
So he's got 1.
He's got 1. Hawks are 1 for 7, not 0 for 7. Well, that's better.
9. Yeah.
19-13 Northwestern after the turnover on the Wildcats, just their 3rd. 7 minutes to go first half. Hawks need a run here before intermission. Ulis, pull-up jumper right of the lane. That's strong, no good, but tipped out by Dix to McCaffrey. Ulis is open for 3. Let's fly. That's strong. McCaffrey. Connor gets the rebound. Dix is open. A corner 3. It's no good. Chris Murray had the rebound. They're on the floor after it, and a jump ball will keep the. That will keep the basketball with the Hawkeyes.
3 cracks at it, man.
Boy, and 2 open looks. Ulis and Dix.
And 1 for 10 3-point shooting goal. He's shooting a little quick.
They've out-rebounded Northwestern by 5. But they've had enough opportunities to get second and third chances, hopefully. Connor McCaffrey trying to free himself up and now gathers the inbounds pass from Ulis. And the Hawkeyes try to find any old way to get a score. Ulis, both McCaffreys, Josh Dix, and Chris Murray on the floor. Tony Perkins has 2 fouls. He's on the bench. Here's a jump pass picked off by Northwestern. A run out and a dunk. A lazy pass from the wing to the center of the floor, and it was grabbed by Barnheiser, and he was off to the races. Dix for 3. That's no good. Too strong. Josh has put a little more muscle into it. Now Adij is back in for Northwestern. He's got 2 personals. That's interesting. 21-13. Wildcats lead is 8. They've got 8-0 advantage in points off turnovers. That's the difference in the game right now. Adij fumbles the ball away. Dix holds him at bay with 9 to shoot. Now he gives it up. Gets it right back, drives left baseline. Jump passes out to the wing. Here's a 3 on the way. No good. Murray with a nice rebound. Off the miss by Barnheiser. Chris races down to the other end. Here's another open look for 3 in the corner. That's no good. Patrick McCaffrey offered that up. Again, another wide open look.
Got to look what they're flying at them, Gary. Northwestern is flying all around the court, chasing anybody. They're just switching everything, running at the shooters. The Hawks now 1 for 12 from deep.
My goodness. Haven't had one of these nights in a while. 5 minutes, 15 seconds to play first half. Northwestern's lead is only 8, though. That's the good news. Here's Adij. Turns the corner down the left side of the key. Connor has him walled off. Turns, shoots, no good. Tough shot. Had no chance to go in. Patrick with the rebound. PMAC goes all the way and is called for a charge.
The block. He moved and tackled him.
Clearly he's moving. Paul Selk calls the charge. Paul Selk's telling Fran to stop it. Well, Fran's got a right to complain.
Yeah, he does. A couple of them that look like blocks.
Barnheiser was moving, clearly moving underneath the basket.
Yeah.
So the Hawks have to play through that. 4:50 to play, first half. 21-13 Northwestern. Here's a 3, no good by Barron. Northwestern can't find the bottom of the well either. Dix with a rebound. Leaves it for Ulis. Stop and go move. Aaron gets into the paint. Chased by Ty Berry. Peyton Sanford's back in the game. Here's Chris for 3. That's way strong. Missed everything. Missed the iron. Crashed off the glass.
Might want to rethink shooting threes here. Next
for now.
Minutes for now, yeah.
Iowa 5 for 22. 5 for 22 from the field. Team that's shooting 46%. Bowie's going to take Peyton Sanford off the dribble. Step back jumper, good. That's what they do. And Northwestern's biggest lead now is 10.
Bowie's got 7.
23-13. Now a bad pass by Dix is picked off by Berry. That's 8 turnovers on Iowa. Berry around Dix to the basket. Good. Lays it in. Tried to crawl off the front of the rim. More points off turnovers by Northwestern. 3:45 to play in the half. Ulis, Connor McCaffrey, shot fake, drives inside. Shut off, forces up a shot, banked in, off the square. 25-15, Northwestern's lead chopped back to 10. Maybe that gets the Hawks going.
Needed something to go, and the veteran Connor McCaffrey took it into his own hands, just muscled it up there, Gary. Gets a kind kiss off the glass for his first basket.
3:23 to play in the half. 25-15, Northwestern's lead is 10. The Hawks have not led in the game. Here's Barnheiser, tied up by Ulis. Now to Bowie. Peyton Sanford's going to take him on. 5 to shoot. You know it's going to be offered up by Bowie. No, he jump passes to the corner. Now to the wing. Here's a spot on 3. Good at the buzzer. Barnheiser. That had to be the longest 5 seconds ever on a shot clock.
I was watching the clock. He shot it with 0.5 on the shot clock.
Northwestern has opened up a 13-point lead. 28-15. 2:47 to play in the first half. Chris Murray hits a cutting Sanford, and he's shoved from behind by Bowie. That'll bring us to an official's timeout on the floor. Hawks got to find something here offensively in the final 2:40 of the first half. And they'll get a chance with free throws here when we come back, as that is the 7th team foul on Northwestern. Eric Curry is coming over and apologizing to Patrick McCaffrey. He realizes he missed that call, and he offered up when he called the charge on PMAC. Well, at least he's apologizing. Doesn't do the Hawks any good. 2:42 to go first half. Northwestern 28, Iowa 15. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Lisa Bluter each week from 6 to 7 for Hawk Talk at Bumps Restaurant, presented by Oak Knoll. View the season schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back. We're at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. Corey Sheets is our engineer-producer. And it's been all Northwestern to this point. 2 minutes, 42 seconds to go in the half. The Hawks now are shooting free throws for the remainder of the period. Peyton Sanford will get the 1-and-1. Northwestern has outscored Iowa 10-0 in points off turnovers. The Hawks have 8 turnovers. Northwestern just 3. Hawks are shooting 42%. Check that, 26% from the field and 1 of 13 from 3. Sanford hits the first free throw. Northwestern's lead is 12, 28-16. Stops and scores here before halftime is needed for the Hawkeyes.
Get a little something to feel good about going into the locker room break here. That's a good start. 2 free throws made for Peyton. He's got 5.
Iowa back to within 11. It's 28-17. Now Chris Murray's at the front of the 1-2-2 press. Barnheiser. They do get it across the line in time. With it on the right wing for Northwestern. Now center of the floor to Barnheiser. He throws back behind him to Bo Bowie. 5 to shoot. Bowie a step back 3. Good. Well, Northwestern now with a half a dozen threes in the first half. 6 for 13. 31-17. Murray with a catch inside. He's fouled from behind. And he'll get 2 free throws. He was going to go up and dunk it. And got raked from behind by Titus Verhoeven, who's in there for Nicholson, the center, who's on the bench with 2 fouls. 2:02 to play in the half. Murray's free throw is good. Chris has got a half a dozen. 31-18 Northwestern. Second free throw right through. 31-19. Wildcat lead is 12. Here's a turnover on the inbounds pass. Murray with a set-in. Grabs the ball as Boo Bowie stumbled to the floor. Murray picked it up. Here's another deflection. Turnover. Peyton Sanford to Connor McCaffrey. Way short with a 3. And it's out of bounds to Northwestern.
Had a couple turnovers there out of the 1-2-2. 3/4 court press. Chris at the point there, tipping it loose, and Hawks alert to get the steals.
Murray with 9 now after he got that steal and a score. It's 31-21 Northwestern. Minute 50 to play. Hawks try to get this thing under double digits by halftime. That would be an accomplishment. With it is Ty Berry, youngster out of Newton, Kansas. Sunrise Christian High School. That's a big-time prep school. 8 to shoot. Bowie's got the ball in his hands around Peyton Sanford. Hops into the paint. Wraparound pass. Shot up no good, but a foul on Iowa. I don't know how he found Verhoeven there, but he is Boo Bowie. He's seen it all in his, 6 years here at Northwestern, counting the COVID year. Rabracha picks up his second personal foul.
2 on Phillip.
Yeah, Phillips going to have to come out, and Desante Bowen will come in. Free throws good by Verhoeven. He's just 47% from the foul line, but they're making them. They've only been there 4 times. One more coming for Verhoeven. Hawks have made 6 of 8 from the foul line. Second one's good by the lefty, 6'9" Titus Verhoeven. Northwestern's lead is 12, 33-21 with 1:20 to play in the half. Connor drives a pass right wing for Ulis. Took a look inside. Back to Sanford. His 3 is short, no good. And the rebound to Northwestern. Iowa now 1 for 15 from 3. Wildcats will be in no hurry as they work the clock under a minute to go in the first half. Bowie to Barron. Oh, he shoots it. No good off the right of the iron. Might have been a little quick. Hawks get the rebound. Iowa will take it. They can get a 2-for-1 here with 50 seconds to go in the first half. Ulis drives along the baseline to Sanford. Open for 3. No good again. Rebounded by Northwestern. Oh, they fumbled it away. And now Bowie comes up with it. And a foul called on Aaron Ulis as Bowie was making his escape, and now they are in the 1-and-1. This is not the guy you want at the foul line.
No, Hawks can't hit. Man, that was an open 3. Peyton Sanford, far left corner there. Just squeezed it off a little quick with this way this defense is rotating, flying around.
Boo Bowie at 90% the foul line. Northwestern can match its biggest lead if he makes them both. Iowa 7 for 27. That's 26%, and 1 of 16 from 3. Free throws good by Bowie. One more coming for the senior. Desante Bowen jumped in the lane there to get in Boo's way if he missed the free throw. Yeah, I don't know what he expects. He's not happy about it. I don't know what he expects. Bowie comes out, well-deserved breather. Roy Dixon III, senior from Atlanta, comes in. Northwestern has matched its biggest lead at 14. 35-21, 35 seconds to go till halftime. So the Hawks are going to have to chew the fat at the break, get some things figured out. Ulis jump shooting over the top of a taller defender in Verhoeven and knocks it down. Hawks spread the floor, and Ulis just took him one-on-one and hit the jump shot. Timeout, lose it, use it or lose it. Timeout by Northwestern. 15.6 to go. Iowa back within 12, 35-23. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Bud Light. Stay with us for the halftime show, courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Hawk fans, Bud Light proudly welcomes back Iowa fans to Carver Hawkeye Arena again this season. Bud Light is for the fans. And at the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. We can attest to that. We've had several this season. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, the Hawks get a stop here, Bobby. Go into the locker room down 12. The way Iowa normally shoots threes, 12 points is not much to overcome.
Exactly, yeah, but you're the key right there. The first thing you said, Gary, you got to get a stop right here. 15.5 seconds to go. They'll wind it all the way down. The ball will go into the hands of Boo Bowie. They'll spread the court. He'll drive to the right, try to draw contact. Watch for the floater over the top of the shot fake and get to the free throw line. You got to stay solid.
And here we go. The final 13 seconds. Bowie is guarded by Aaron Ulis.
Hawks go zone.
A screen by Barron. Here's a drive inside by Bowie, and a foul called.
Desante.
A grab on Bowen. First foul on Desante Bowen, a 1-on-1 coming for Boo Bowie. Boo Bowie raced in there out of control.
Gave it to Connor on the reach in on the offside.
And got off a shot, but was grabbed by Connor McCaffrey, and they're calling it a 2-shot foul. Did not see the replay of that, so we'll play on. Well, now they reverse that to a 1-on-1. Well, it doesn't matter. Boo Bowie's at the foul line. 35-23 Northwestern. Free throws good. 5.1 to go first half, so the Hawks will have a chance to get the ball down the floor and hopefully make a three. Second free throw takes flight. It's good. You follow that guy, you might as well just put the points in the book.
14 in the book for Boo in the first half.
And this with Hawkeyes with 2 fouls for a majority of the first half. Now Bowie went out of the game. Now he's coming right back in for Hawkeyes. Fran's saying, come on, we got an offense to run here. Now they get Bowie out. That was a pretty crafty play there by Northwestern.
Slow it up.
With a dead ball. Yeah, sure. Dirty the water. Sanford will inbound for the Hawkeyes. So Northwestern now has their full court press set. Here's Ulis racing into the front court. He's going to throw up a three at the buzzer and banked it in. How about that? The young man from Chicago Heights.
Why not?
Gives Iowa something to build on here going to the locker room as the Hawks down 14, trailed by 11 at halftime, 37-26. Finally, a three goes down. We'll come back and recap the first 20 minutes when we return on the Budweiser Halftime Show from Evanston. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you, because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
2 seconds on the clock. Shot from half court for the win. It's good! Speed, power, performance. That's what it all comes down to, folks. And that's why Extreme, powered by Mediacom, is the Internet of Champions. Experience game-winning speeds up to 1 gig, unbeatable reliability, advanced whole home Wi-Fi, and a team of local employees who will do whatever it takes to keep you ahead. Score big with Extreme. Call 844-4FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. We're back at Northwestern's Welsh Ryan Arena, where Northwestern, the Wildcats, certainly like the home cooking in the first half, shooting 43% from the field, but 46% from three. 6 triples and 13 tries. The Hawks were ice cold throughout the first half, just 31% shooting on 9 of 29. And Bobby, I don't ever remember Iowa going 2 for 17 from distance in any half.
Yeah, I don't either, Gary. When they have shooting performances like that, we have a tendency to maybe delete it and forget about it and move on because there's nothing you can do about it. So, I always say percentages catch up in basketball. You got a tough shooting half, you're going to shoot well in that second half. So Hawks got to keep taking good shots. Don't rush them. Had a few rush shots in there, but on the defensive end, you got to contain Boo Buie, leading scorer. Got 14 points, 4 of 6 from the floor. You foul him, as you said, Gary, it's automatic. He's 4 for 4 from the free throw line.
The second 3 in 17 tries that Iowa hit was at the buzzer, Bobby. So that gives Aaron Eulis a long jumper, brought Iowa back to within 11 here at the break, 37-26. And, you know, to your point, you've been through halves where teams have shot ice cold. You flush it and move on.
Yeah, move on and, you know, get a whole 20 minutes of basketball. And the way the Hawkeyes can shoot the 3, we've seen them in the past. You can make that deficit up pretty quick, trailing by just 11 points. But I'll tell you what, that bank shot by Aaron Eulis was, you know, much needed, I guess. And Hawks deserve that one to drop for him. Maybe that'll get them some momentum going in here to the second half.
Yeah, considering all the wide open looks. It's not like Northwestern's face garden. The Hawks have had plenty of open looks, but they just haven't fallen. But that's life sometimes. You got 20 minutes left, do the Hawkeyes. And the way we know they can shoot the basketball, 46% on the year, you got to like their chances of a comeback. Down only 11 at the break, 37-26. Also of concern are the 8 turnovers by Iowa that led to 10 Northwestern points. Our halftime coverage is sponsored by Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Bud Light, Hawk fans, Bud Light proudly welcomes you back to Carver Hawkeye Arena this season. Bud Light is for the fans. Our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap is coming up next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Do you want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Halftime, Iowa trailing Northwestern 37-26. Now, Northwestern, that's with a 5-minute scoring drought by the Wildcats. The Hawkeyes had a 4-minute drought, but Iowa had more scoring droughts than Northwestern. Northwestern, by the time they went in the well for a 5-minute goose egg, they had built a 14-point lead. And a banker at the buzzer by Aaron Eulis has brought the Hawks back to within 11 here at the break. Iowa, one of their poorer shooting halves of the season, 31% on 9 for 29 and 2 of 17 from 3. Hawks did hit 6 of 8 free throws. That's our Latham Seeds charity stripe recap. Iowa very good at the foul line, 6 of 8. Northwestern 7 of 8. Charity stripe recap courtesy of Latham High-Tech Seeds. The Hawks have a diverse combination of talent, and at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at lathamseeds.com. Iowa led in scoring by Chris Murray's 9-7 for Aaron Eulis. Peyton Sanford has 5. Northwestern's leading scorer. Who else? Boo Buie with 14. Ty Berry had 8 first-half points. He hit a couple early threes. 1 3, excuse me. But had a... No, I was right the first time. He was 2 of 4 from distance, 3 field goals total, and 8 points. 5 for Brooks Barnheiser off the bench. Several guys in foul trouble for the Hawkeyes. Philip Rebracha has a pair. And for Northwestern, let's see, Rebracha and Tony Perkins and Connor McCaffrey, all with 2 fouls. So they got to be very cautious here at the start of the second half. 2 fouls on Matthew Nicholson and Chase Audige for Northwestern. Northwestern shot 12 of 28. That's 43%. But 6 3-point goals and 13 tries. That's 46%. And made 7 of 8 from the foul line. 4 of those by Boo Buie. Rebounding. The Hawkeyes have 4 more boards than does Northwestern, but 8 turnovers have led to 10 Northwestern first half points. That's our Hy-Vee stat recap, brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. More halftime coverage courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light is coming up. Northwestern leads the Hawks at half, 37-26. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big, bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Back in Evanston at halftime, Iowa down 11 to Northwestern at the break. It's 19-win Northwestern team. They get it done with that guard court. Buie and Audige. The Hawks need to fight back and play off that ice-cold shooting and get hot here in the second half. First 5 minutes of the second period will be critical. Let's give you a U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Number 3, Purdue raked past Ohio State today, 82-55. Nebraska knocked off Maryland in overtime out in Lincoln, 70-66. 23rd-ranked North Carolina State dispatched North Carolina 77-69, and number 2 Houston over Memphis 72-64. Hawkeye wrestlers pinned Oklahoma State 28-7. Another pin for Spencer Lee. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins the Daytona 500 after a record 212 laps. Iowa baseball won over Quinnipiac today 10-0 down in Florida. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard update. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of a better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeyes trail by 11 as we get ready to go to the second half. Bobby Hansen is back near the Hawkeye locker room with assistant coach Matt Gatens. He had the scout on today's game.
Man, tough start to the game. Got a lot of energy in this building. What'd you tell you guys here at half?
Just keep pushing. We're running. You got to take good shots. We obviously missed quite a few shots there. So take good ones. Take care of the ball. We got 8 turnovers, which was a big key coming in this game. That's what they do. They first turnovers and score off those. So got to do a better job taking care of the ball and take good shots.
Okay, thanks, Coach.
All right, thanks.
Bobby with Matt Gatens, sponsored by John Deere and in particular Van Wald Equipment out in Manning. Your Iowa John Deere dealers. Iowa's John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. Well, some days the ball doesn't go in the hoop. But the good news is there's another 20 minutes left in this one.
Absolutely. The Hawkeyes are going to come out here with the eye of the tiger here to start the second half. This first 4-minute segment, Gary, is going to be critical to the outcome. You can't let Northwestern get comfortable once again. They have the basketball, but you got to D them up here and make them earn it. And Hawks going to have to earn this victory here with play in the second half.
Hawkeyes got down early 11-3. Northwestern stretched it to 14, lead by 11. And here we go with the second half. Dees with those 2 fouls back out on the floor, as is Rebracha for Iowa. Here's Dees. He's going to look to get his offensive mojo in gear. Ty Berry, they spread the floor, 10 to shoot. Dees around Rebracha on the switch to the layup, or to the basket, and lays it up and in. That was pretty easy. Dees is so slick with the ball in his hands, and Rebracha on the switch was a bad matchup.
They set that one up, Garrett. It's an NBA ball screen action. They know the Hawkeyes are going to switch, so you put the guard with Phillip trying to guard him, and this easy layup for Chase Adish.
39-26 Northwestern. Here's Chris Murray driving inside to Connor McCaffrey on the wing. Now to Ulis in the paint. Baseline right for Rebracha. Standstill jumper is good. He got off the floor before Nicholson could realize what he was doing, and Phillip pops the first look that Iowa has through the well. 39-28 Northwestern. Here's Bowie. Drop down pass for Nicholson. High post right. He hands off to Adish. Again, he's got Rebracha on the switch. Layup is good.
They're going to run that till the Hawks stop it there. And that one he had to make a corkscrew layup at the up and under move, but they're trying to get that mismatch with Phillip Gardner.
Yeah, and you can't expect Phillip to guard that one-on-one. Help came late. 41-28. Here's a turnover on Iowa. Forced to pass into heavy traffic in the lane. I didn't see who made that jump pass. It was Rebracha just fumbled the ball. 9 turnovers on Iowa. They averaged 10, 18-15 to play in the game. Wildcats up by 13. Nicholson backs the dribble right baseline on Rebraca, turns, shoots, misses the left-handed jump hook. Did everything right but missed the jumper. Murray back for Iowa. Blows by Barron, then lost the ball. Boo Buie racing back into the front court, and he's fouled by Ulis, which probably prevented a layup. That's 2 fouls on Ulis. Hawks careless with the basketball.
Just uncharacteristic turnovers here by the Hawkeyes. That's 10 in the game, as you mentioned. That's about that's a game average, just halfway through the ball game here. So you got to tighten that up a lot, do a lot better.
And the Hawks need a stop. And here's a moving screen on Barron, Robbie Barron. So that wipes out the possession by Northwestern after the Iowa turnover. Boo Buie was using Barron for a screen. That's 2 on Robbie Barron. Iowa gets the ball right back. The Hawks have turned it over on the last 2 trips. 17:48 to play. Ulis to Rebraca. Rebraca gives for Tony Perkins. Step back jumper, good. Tony drops it down from 15 feet left of the lane with that high arcing jumper. Hopefully that gets him going.
First basket for Tony Perkins in the game, coming off the 24 points versus Ohio State, and need him to explode here in the second half.
41-30. Iowa's deficit is 11. Buie has Rebraca on the switch now. Off the screen. Ulis.
Got to give him help.
Yeah, Ulis is inside. He's in front of the 7-footer. And Buie drives in, wraparound pass, layup good. They know it's coming. Hawks just haven't been able to stop it. Nice wraparound pass. Here's Perkins getting a score, coast to coast, baseline to baseline. And he hit the pop-up jumper from 5 feet. Never gave the ball up and gets one back quickly. It's 43-32 Northwestern.
Back-to-back baskets for Tony Perkins, and he is in the attack mode. Every time he gets it, he's going to the hoop.
16:45 to play. Nicholson for Barnheiser, who's come into the game for Robbie Barron, who picked up his second foul. Barnheiser behind the back dribble, gets into the paint, throws back top of the circle to Audige, who's working the dribble in on Tony Perkins. Pull-up jumper over Tony is no good short. Excellent D by Tony. Cleared by Rebraca. Hawks have a chance to get it under 10 points with a basket here. Murray's doubled. Dribbles away from it, throws cross court to Connor McCaffrey. Connor takes a peek inside, now drives inside, hits a cutting Tony Perkins with a hook layup, a reverse layup, and the Hawks with back-to-back baskets, might be the first time that's happened today, are back to within 9, 43-34. Tony coming off a 24-point effort the other night against the Buckeyes.
That's 3 in a row for Tony, back-to-back-to-back.
Now Buie gets a screen from Barnheiser. He's looking to get into the paint. Now drops a pass baseline to Nicholson, and he's grabbed, scores anyway. And let's see if they count the basket. Guessing they will. Ulis looked like Spencer Lee on that one. Tried to take him down in the 7-footer.
3 fouls.
Yeah, like he had a fly on his back, just flicked him off, and Ulis is going to have to sit down after picking up his 3rd foul. Northwestern, they do count the basket. 45-34 Wildcats. Peyton Sanford will come into the game when play resumes. Attention Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance, Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. And getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa, it's as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis. Search budmary.com and learn more. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor Windows and Doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, Stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
We're back at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table here in Evanston, Welsh Ryan Arena. Hawks are a little more fluid offensively coming out of the locker room at the start of the second half, but Northwestern's now starting to get the ball inside to the big 7-footer Nicholson. He will shoot an and one when play resumes, Bobby, as Iowa trails by 11.
Yeah, it's an 8-8 start here, Gary, in that first 4-minute segment. Hawkeyes come out, make all 4 of their field goal attempts. But got to play some defense here. Got to stop this big man inside, and they've just been exposing the Hawkeyes when they switch. Philip Abracha out on one of them guards, and just a tough cover.
Nicholson had 1 free throw in the first half. Now he's got back-to-back baskets. Free throw on the way, no good. Rebounded by Chris Murray. And Chris grabs his 4th board of the night. Perkins, who's got 3 field goals in succession, throws cross-court to Peyton Sanford, who's in for Aaron Eulis, who's on the bench with 3 fouls. Here's Rabracha. Drives into the 7-footer. Jump hook, good. Beautiful move by Phillip. That's what he does.
That was a beautiful move. It took the dribble right to the big 7-footer, put the body on him, felt him, spun away. Easy jump hook over the top. Phillip now with 7.
Bowie gets it into the front court to Ty Berry. Now to Audige. Not quite 5 minutes gone in the second half. Audige slowly walks to the middle of the floor. It has Chris Murray on the switch. Nicholson comes and sets a screen on Murray, and a pass to Berry in the corner. Tries to free himself up. Step back jumper over Tony Perkins is good. Boy, that's big time.
That tough shot. Tony played it well. Cut the baseline drive off. Shot clock winding down. Berry just steps back, drains a shot.
6'7". He's a little taller than Tony. Here's Sanford to Perkins. Northwestern back in front by 11. Connor McCaffrey muscles in left of the lane. Jump passes to Sanford. Now to Perkins. He's going to the basket. Shot up, no good, but a foul called. And they're going to get a blocking foul on Barnheiser, I would think.
13, yeah.
I'll tell you what, he looked like he was stationary to me, but that might have been a makeup. In fact, I'll guarantee it was a makeup for the Patrick McCaffrey charge
2 shots
in the first half.
Yeah, 2 shots coming for Tony. He was outside the restricted zone there, but he may have moved up the line and got underneath him.
Perkins' free throw is missed. He looks right through the glass into that sea of waving plastic.
All in their Hawaiian shirts and hats and glasses. Life's good here at Northwestern right now.
Second free throw by Tony is good. Got 7 second half points. 47-37. So the Hawks are down 10. 14 and a half to go. Lots of time. Start hitting those threes. Here's Audige. Bowie across the midcourt stripe. And they slow it down from there. Now a moving screen on Audige. That brings Chris Collins up off the bench. He's really unhappy.
That was an easy call.
That's 3 on Audige. What'd you see?
Yeah, he moved. He moved there. The ball handler probably has to wait, give it a count before he moves to take him off that screen. But that time Audige handed it off and moved the hip into the Hawkeye defender.
Well, the Hawks got a chance here to get it back under 10. A shot up, no good by Tony. He drove into heavy traffic led by 6'9" Verhoeven. Northwestern gets the rebound. Bowie shooting for 3. Missed badly. Rebounded by Audige. He of the 3 fouls. Shot up, no good. He missed it. Rebounded by Perkins. Put back attempt by Audige, no good. Connor clears into the front court looking for Peyton Sanford. He's being hacked. Here's a shot in. Good. And it scores by Chris Murray. Peyton played through contact. Got the ball to Chris Murray. And he got it up and in from the left baseline. And now an and one.
Great job by the Hawkeyes of forcing the tempo that time. Peyton found Chris. Chris took the hit. And the foul is going to be on Barnheiser. His second. The and one coming for Chris.
Audige comes out. Murray, who's made 3 of 4 from the free throw line, makes it 4 out of 5. So the and one has brought the Hawks back to within 7. 47-40. Iowa growing some life in the offensive end. After 2 wild shots by Northwestern at their end, both were well off the mark. Bowie to Barnhizer. He steps into a long 3 and hits it. Nobody out there on the wing gave him a wide open look. He never hesitated.
I'll tell you what, he is a talented freshman. Young man came out of Lafayette. I'm sorry, he's a sophomore, but paying dividends here for Chris Collins.
For Northwestern, their 7th 3 of the game. Back to a 10-point lead for the Wildcats. Connor McCaffrey is double teamed and run into by Verhoeven. He and Martinelli tried to put the double team on Connor McCaffrey. Second foul on Verhoeven. Patrick McCaffrey comes into the game. That's the 5th team foul on Northwestern. Rebrach is out. Coach trying to protect him with those 2 personals. Not a shooting foul. The Hawkeyes with 13-17 to go are inching closer to the bonus. Down 10. That would be huge. Here's Patrick McCaffrey to Tony Perkins. A bounce pass for Connor McCaffrey. High post left. Now to Murray. His 3-point attempt is well short of the mark. And rebounded by the Wildcats' Ty Berry. Boo Buie walks the ball across the big purple N at center floor. Peyton Sanford shadowing him.
Hawkeyes drop zone.
Yeah, I see that. 2-3 zone now, or 1-2-2. Take your pick. Bowie, crossover dribble on Perkins. Looks for a baseline feed. Now gets it to Barnhizer. 5 to shoot. Barnhizer drives in on Perkins. Stops, turns, shoots. And a foul on Iowa.
What?
With 0.2 of a second on the shot clock.
You're exactly right. They have the tenths up here on the shot clock. 0.2. 20 for the foul. 2 shots.
Boy, Iowa played terrific defense. Peyton Sanford picks up the foul, his second. Well, the breaks just aren't going Iowa's way. First foul on Peyton. Correct myself. Barnhizer will shoot free throws. And he's at 80%. First one's good. Young man out of Lafayette. Hit a big 3 a moment ago after Iowa got to within 7. Now has followed that up with 2 free throws, and the lead is back to 8. Or 7. 50-43.
52-40 is what I have.
That's what I have. They gave the points to Iowa.
Yeah.
Now they've well, the scoreboard operator is getting caught up in the moment, I guess. 52-40. Northwestern leads by 12. A foul called on the Wildcats. I did not catch who that was on, but
we'll take a look here. Fouls on Ty Berry, his second.
That's 16 fouls now on the Wildcats.
Yep, good news.
Get 1 more and shoot free throws from here on out. 12-17 remaining in the game. Hawks got to within 7 at 47-40, but young Barnhizer has reined in a 3-point goal and now 2 free throws. And Northwestern leads by 12. Connor gets it into brother Patrick. Patrick retreats to the top of the circle. 14 to shoot for the Hawkeyes. Wing pass for Connor. Now to the baseline and Chris Murray. Martinelli on him. He gets it to Tony. Left of the lane. Tony Perkins' jump shot is short. Got the shot he wanted. Just short-stringed it. 12 minutes to go in the game. Northwestern's lead is 12. Iowa needs a stop here. Barnhizer to Bowie. Bowie shadowed by Tony Perkins. Looking inside for Verhoeven. Connor McCaffrey's on him. Verhoeven at 6'9". Bowie wants him. Now fires a pass to the wing. Oh, Barnhizer's open again. Missed that 3 attempt, though, and Peyton Sanford clears. Ahead to Connor McCaffrey. Now to Chris Murray. In transition. Shot fake. Chris drives inside, and he's fouled. Oh, take that back. Travel. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Iowa trailing Northwestern 52-40 with 11:25 to go in the game. 10-second ID break. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. was the 11th turnover of the game. Gives the ball back to the Wildcats when we return, with Northwestern in front by 12 and 11:25 to go. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Well, you can tell there's a Big Ten race going on as we welcome you back to our coverage of Hawkeye basketball from Northwestern, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Northwestern at 10-5, second place in the Big Ten, trying to remain a game behind Purdue. Hawks are 9-6 and in a tie for third place in the conference. And on a day where the Hawks just haven't shot the ball, period, they're down only 12 with 11.5 minutes to go. Bobby, they got to start falling pretty quick.
Absolutely. 11:30 to go here in the basketball game. But again, this game's going to be won or lost on the defensive end. You got to stop Northwestern from scoring. The Hawks have tried zone. They've tried man-to-man. They're going to try a little 1-2-2, 1-2-1-1, three-quarter court pressure. See if we can flip Northwestern over as they did in the first half.
Barnheiser will inbound. He's got 10 points. Northwestern with 3 in double figures, led by Boo Booey's 14. And here comes that 1-2-2 press. Well, the Wildcats have been working on that in practice. They get it across Ty Berry in the center of the floor. Gets it across the 10-second line, and Northwestern kicks into its offense. Here's Bowie. Two-handed pass to the corner. A 3 rims and comes out. Rebounded by Nicholson of Northwestern. He has it swiped from behind by Connor McCaffrey. Turnover Wildcats. Perkins all the way. Layup good. Connor with a beautiful lead on that pass. And Tony never had to break stride. 52-42. Northwestern had the rebound, and big 7-footer Nicholson had his pocket picked from behind by Connor McCaffrey. Who else?
Excellent job by Connor. Stayed with the play and got the Hawks a hoop.
There's a wide open look for 3 in the corner. It's good. Hawks just have not been able to close out defensively today. And a big 3 by Nick Martinelli, the freshman from Glenview. Back to a 13-point lead for the Wildcats. 55-42. 10.5 to go. McCaffrey, Connor that is, to Aaron Eulis. Wants Rabracha. He's double teamed. Brings it back out top. Patrick McCaffrey with 5 to shoot. Drives into the lane. Now a step back jumper, no good. Force that one up. Rabracha with a rebound. Good job by Phillip.
What hustle.
Bodies on the floor to Patrick McCaffrey. Back to Phillip. He jump passes to Connor. Connor had an open look. Instead drives it inside on the freshman Martinelli. Out front to Patrick. He'll let fly with a 3. That's no good. One of those days.
Yeah. Here's your numbers. You don't want to hear them, Gary. 3-point shooting for the Hawkeyes. They are 2 of 19.
Ooh. Ooh. That might be a school record before it's all said and done. 9.5 to play. Northwestern gets it inside to Ty Berry. He brings it back out front to Bowie. Bowie puts his head into Tony Perkins' chest, lobs it into Nicholson. Layup good. Well, he's something special, isn't he?
He's big. Boo, you're talking about. Yeah, he threw that pass right up where the big fella could get it, but he just kept his balance and kept dribbling the basketball. He's the difference in this game.
Yeah, all Nicholson had to do is bank it in off the glass, standing right flat-footed at the rim. He did all the work. He's something else. 9 minutes to go in the game, and the Hawks find themselves down now 15. That's the biggest lead for Northwestern. Here's Rebraca, walled in on the baseline, and we'll have a jump ball.
It's called a timeout.
Okay, timeout Northwestern. Heads up play by Barnheiser. Oh no, they got Rebraca for his third foul.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
For what?
Well, I guess he wrapped his arms around Barnheiser, but the ball will stay with Northwestern.
Nothing going right for the Hawks.
Iowa 16 for 42 from the field. 2 of 19 from 3, and now 12 turnovers. A dozen turnovers. Northwestern has 8. 57-42. And here's a reach-in foul on Tony Perkins. 8:50 to play in the game. 3 fouls on Tony. That's 5 team fouls on Iowa. Northwestern's been stuck on 16 fouls since the 12-minute mark. 3.5 minutes ago. Iowa has been unable to induce that 7th. Northwestern will side out. Hawkeyes gets it into Bowie. And Bowie, 4 teammates inside. He out alone. Throws right wing for Barnheiser. Around Patrick McCaffrey. Jump hook is in and out, no good. Rebound tip controlled by Tony Perkins. Tony into the front court. Hawkeyes took a swipe at it, missed it. Here's Ulis inside. He's fouled. Bumped off stride by Hawkeyes. Oh, that's 4 on him. I thought they were going to get Martinelli for that. 1-and-1 for Aaron Ulis. So the Hawkeyes have gotten to the bonus with 8:31 to go in the game. Substitution will be Ty Berry. Ulis at 73% on the year. Hawkeyes on the afternoon, 8 of 11 from the foul line. Here comes Barnheiser back in for Martinelli. Those 2 kids are solid.
They certainly are. Yeah, they don't play many players, Gary, but the ones they bring in are productive.
And Ulis makes the first. He'll get the second. Aaron with 7 points. Murray leads Iowa with 12. 9 for Tony Perkins. 7 for Rebraca. Second free throw in and out. No good. Hawkeyes are 9 for 12. 9 for 13 at the charity stripe. 8:20 to go, and Northwestern trying to drain as much of the shot clock as possible before heading toward the basket. Here's Barnheiser, and he kicked it away. Gets it back before it got out of bounds. Chris Murray with good defense. 5 to shoot. Verhoeven whirls in on Patrick McCaffrey and hits the jump ball. They have hit more late shot clock jumpers today than anybody I can remember all season. Patrick for 3. It's good. Deep 3 by Patrick from the right wing. That brings Iowa back to within 13 with 7:45 to go, but you cannot continue to trade baskets.
No, not even 3s for 2, Gary, and you got to get some stops here. You got to string together 3 or 4 stops in a row.
59-46 Northwestern. There's a pass underneath to a wide open Verhoeven, and he dunks it through. Fran McCaffrey is screaming it was a 10-second violation.
Well, it's 19 on the shot clock. Isn't that an attack?
Well, he just drew a technical foul. Courtney Green is the source of his ire and has been before. Now he's gone. Second technical on Fran.
Hold him back, guys.
Courtney Green with the second tee. After the first technical was called by Paul Self. So Fran heads to the locker room with Kyle Denning. Kyle Denning has got his arm around Fran. I see what Fran was upset about. We'll take a break, come back. He thought it was a 10-second, should have been a 10-second violation, and they get a dunk at the other end. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Are you craving down-home comfort food? This is Jeff Grunder inviting you to the Machine Shed. We've got weekly features for everyone, starting off with our Kickin' Chicken Tuesdays with classic fried chicken. Then on Smokehouse Wednesdays, we have our slow-roasted hickory smoked ribs. And don't forget our Fish Fry Fridays with fresh North Atlantic cod. Each night is all you care to eat and comes with all the Machine Shed fixings. Bring the family and bring your appetite.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye basketball. Double technical on Iowa coach Fran McCaffrey. Sent him to the locker room for the remaining 7:26 of this game. Northwestern leading 61-46.
How many free throws we got coming?
Well, at least 4.
At least 4, yeah.
The dunk by Verhoeven counts. This could be a 6-point trip because Fran McCaffrey
and the ball
was sure that, and the ball. Fran McCaffrey was sure that Northwestern took beyond 10 seconds to get it across the timeline. And Boo Buie is going to be at the foul line for a while. And here comes the first of the tees. Good. Bowie's been perfect on the evening. Second free throw now ready to go, and there it is, right through. 63-46. Well, Indiana was down, 20 to Northwestern here the other evening and came back to tied the game at 62 before Boo Buie hit a jump shot to win it with 2 seconds left. Another one, more free throw practice. There's 4 free throws for Bowie. Northwestern's lead is 21. 65-46.
So it'll be Iowa ball.
How so? Is that bench technical then is different?
Because they had it after the basket, it would have been Iowa ball. I guess.
Oh, that's true. You're right. It would have been. Thank you for that clarification. Here's Aaron Eulis to Patrick McCaffrey. Now to Connor. Connor looking for an outlet inside, but they've had Rabracha covered up almost the entire evening. Here's a nice drive by Patrick. And he'll get 2 free throws. Couldn't quite get the shot down, but we'll get 2 free throws instead. 7:10 to play. 65-46. Northwestern's biggest lead is 21. We've had one review today, and all of our reviews this season are sponsored by Athletico. First free throw is good by PMAC. Physical therapy is the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery, but what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Patrick misses the second one, a little strong, and the Hawks are down 18. 65-47. Did they count the basket? Did the basket go in? Here's a jump shot, no good from the baseline.
1 of 2 free throws.
Well, they were down 21. How can they be down 18 now? Oh, well, we'll figure it out. It's been an adventure at the scoreboard all night long. Here's Murray. Chris with a crossover dribble. Hawks have to go in a hurry. And Northwestern doing its best in the half-court man to slow Iowa down. 10 to shoot. Murray, a step-back jumper, no good. Chris is 4 for 11 from the field. Hawks just have not shot the ball well today. Well, evidence the 47 points with 6:18 to go. So Northwestern will drain clock on every possession. To Chris Collins, it's a possession game. And Northwestern has the upper hand. Here's Barnheiser, muscles his way in and misses the jump hook, but rebounded by Northwestern. Verhoeven beat Patrick McCaffrey to the ball. Weak side. And Northwestern can drain more precious time. Same play, drives inside. This time he misses the jump hook again. Tipped out by Northwestern's Robbie Barron. And the Wildcats will have a third crack in the offensive end. Fairness to Iowa, Rebrach is not in there. He's out. Connor's playing in the middle. Here's Bowie into the corner to Berry for three. It's good. 68-47. The Wildcats back up 21. Biggest lead of the night. Connor McCaffrey has it to Patrick. He'll try another three. No good. Iowa now 3 for 21 from three. Unthinkable. But it's one of those days. They just have not dropped. Clock winds down to the 5-minute mark. Here's Barnheiser. Took the dribble in, now returned to the top of the key. Elbows his way into the lane. Here's Berry with a shot fake. 5 on the shot clock, and a foul called on Patrick McCaffrey from behind. He thought he got all ball, but Patrick Wood. Free throws coming for Ty Berry, 2. Peyton Sanford will come back in along with Rebrach, so the Hawks will get some more size in there. With 4:52 to play in the game. Free throws good by Berry. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into wins for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Wow.
Patrick thought he got
Patrick
clean block.
Patrick McCaffrey now teed up. Well, I didn't see what happened there. I think he was coming out of the game for either Sanford or Rebrach, but must have said something to Paul Selk on the way by. 2 free throws are good for Berry.
The 2 tees were good. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he said, but
magic word.
71-47. Northwestern mounts, rolls the lead up to 24. Free throw missed by Berry. So the Hawks limit the damage somewhat. Here's Perkins back for the Hawks all the way to the basket. Step back jumper is good. Tony's had a great second half.
Yeah, real good second half. Tony with 11 points all in the second half.
That ends a 2-minute 16-second scoring drought by the Hawkeyes with 4:34 to play. Iowa trying to hurry Northwestern up, but they get it into the front court. And now we'll spread the court. Oh, a steal by Rebrach off the double team. And then Tony Perkins throws it away. 15 turnovers on Iowa. 4:11 to play in the game. Chase Audige backs the dribble out to the sideline. 13 on the shot clock. Here's Barron to Ty Berry. He had a big 3 a moment ago. Perkins takes a swipe at it and knocked it off of Ty Berry out of bounds. Good job, Tony. Way to rally back. After he got the steal, he tried to shovel a pass to Rebrach, and it was picked off by Northwestern. But Tony forces a turnover again on the Wildcats. Northwestern hits double figures with 10 mistakes. 3:59 to go in the game. 71-49. Northwestern will be back to Evanston in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from their field.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Gary Doff and Bobby Hansen at the Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Welcome back to our coverage of Big Ten hoops. From Evanston, 3:59 to go in the game, and Northwestern comfortably in front, 71-49. It's been a rough day at the office shooting for the Hawkeyes, 18 of 46. And 3 of 21 from beyond the arc, beyond the three-point line. Bobby, that's been the death knell.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Gary. The free throw line, 10 out of 15, but just unable to hit three-pointers for the Hawkeyes at 14%. That is not Iowa Hawkeye basketball here with this basketball team. They're all good shooters. Guess you got to credit Northwestern defense with making them rush the three-point shots. And, the final 4 minutes here, let's see if we can get 4 or 5 to go, get just a little momentum going into the next game.
And a double technical on Fran McCaffrey has chased him to the locker room. Here's Iowa with the basketball. Connor McCaffrey misses a wide open look at a three from the near corner. It's knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Iowa. 3 for 22 from three. Well, I guess you credit the crowd a little bit for as noisy it is. Sanford scores on the inbounds pass. So Payton with a left-handed layup makes it 71-51 Northwestern. But the Wildcats have played the better basketball. And it starts with Boo Buie and Chase Audige, although Audige was in foul trouble for
all Buie.
A good portion of the day. Boo Buie has been the man.
Just controls the tempo.
He sure does. 18 points, made all 8 free throws. Several technical free throws. Here he is taking Peyton Sanford off the dribble. Misses a running jump shot. Hawks are running the other way. Chris Murray with the layup off the glass, and it's slapped by Audige, so that'll be a goaltend on Northwestern. Hawks with 3:06 to go are back to within 18. Both teams are shooting the bonus from here on out. The Hawks are going to have to foul if they can't get the steal. Now Audige lost the handle on the dribble. Throws cross court to Robbie Barron, to a stumbling Boo Buie. He leaves it inside for Nicholson, who scores. Of course, grabbed by Connor McCaffrey.
Everything going right for
that couldn't prevent the muscular Nicholson from bodying the layup up and through. 3 fouls on Connor McCaffrey. 73-53 Northwestern. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you today by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into wins for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Free throws missed by Nicholson. The big 7-footers played well today. 9 points, only 3 rebounds. They fed him inside for some easy shots. Here's Rebracha. He muscles inside, hits the shot, and a foul called on Northwestern. Phillip with the catch, high post left. He drove right into Nicholson and Barron and drew the foul. I think they got it on Nicholson. 3 on him. Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm and partner with Iowa men's basketball and serving charities throughout eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. We brought you for the and one, and it's good. Phillip with a 3-point play. He's hit 4 of 7 field goal attempts today, 7 rebounds, and now 10 points. Barnheiser stumbles with the ball, lost the dribble, and then stumbled to the floor and called timeout. 2:36 to play in the game. Northwestern's lead is 73-56. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye Sports than Wimmer's Meats. Wimmer's hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawks. And born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands Premium Sportswear serves the everyday demands of small businesses in corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best in the Authentic brand label. Back to Evanston in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level with Shields Fan Shop. We have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield brings you more Hawkeye basketball. Iowa on the short end of the 73-56 score here at Northwestern. A series historically dominated by the Hawkeyes. In fact, Iowa's won 16 of the last 19 meetings, including 9 in a row, and won 86-70 in Iowa City 3 weeks ago. The Hawks had won 5 of the last 7 meetings here in Evanston, but Northwestern is in command with 2:36 to go in the game and leading 73-56. Hawks have been hit with back-to-back bench technicals on Coach McCaffrey. He had to leave. Patrick McCaffrey got one walking off the floor after he thought he got a block and was whistled for a foul. So we get back to action with Northwestern in possession of the basketball. Dees runs along the right sideline to Bowie. Bowie's jump shot is blocked by Tony Perkins. Bowie got it back momentarily and up and in. 1 second on the shot clock, and the guy had the presence of mind to turn and score off the glass.
Boo now at 20.
He is special. Here's Murray for 3. Speaking of special, Chris has had a tough day shooting, misses a 3 there. Rebounded by Sanford. Tony for 3. In and out, no good.
Halfway down.
Man, oh man, oh man. Northwestern clears, and Robbie Barron calls timeout as he's falling out of bounds. 1:47 to play in the game. We'll keep it right here. 75-56 Northwestern. Hawkeye basketball has been sponsored today and every game day by the Iowa Lottery. Win some sweet seats for the National Collegiate Basketball Tournament in Des Moines this coming March, or a Minnesota Timberwolves game in Minneapolis. Enter non-winning Money Madness or tripler scratch tickets in the VIP club. Find more info at ialottery.com. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by our friends at Authentic Brand. Clark Fessler and the crew out in Perry, a great Iowa company. They serve the everyday demands of small businesses in corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best in the authentic brand label. Bobby and I are showing off our finest authentic brand today. Hawks, not so much. They score the basketball, and it just didn't fall today for our beloved Hawkeyes. 3 of 24 from 3, 21 of 52 from the field. And Northwestern's defense and pressure had a lot to do with that. All right, the timeout is over with 1:40 to go. Barnheiser jump passes to Boo Buie. Peyton Sanford almost came away with the theft. Desante Bowen is back in the game for the Hawkeyes, and Chris Collins says back it out and drain as much clock as you can. 4 to shoot. And here's a jump shot by Barnheiser, rolling around and down through. To say the ball has bounced Northwestern's way would be an understatement.
Now you are exactly right, Gary. They're getting all the bounces, picking up all the loose balls. Hawks just could never get any traction going in this game.
And it happened right at the start. 11-3 Northwestern, and it just got uglier from there. They had a 15-point lead for a good portion of the day. Hawks rallied back, get it down to 7, but Boo Buie and Chase Audige and the big fella Nicholson and Barron inside push the lead back to 17, then 21, and it's now 19. 77-58 with 42 seconds to go in the game and 12 on the shot clock. And Northwestern either will take the violation. No, Boo Buie hits a 3. Why not? It's been Boo Buie's day. 32 seconds to go. And Northwestern taking out their frustrations of a 16-point loss in Iowa City a couple weeks back. Will stay in second place by itself, 1 game behind the Purdue Boilermakers. Not sure what the delay is here.
They got certain rules that you get a substitution in.
All right.
Let the crowd cheer Boo.
Yeah, give Boo a standing O. He deserves it, Bobby.
Played well, 23 points. Boo Buie, 6 of 11 from the floor, 3 of 5 3-point shooting. Made all 8 free throws, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, all Big Ten performance.
And he's a solid defender as well. So the Hawks will live for another day. They'll head to Madison Wednesday night to take on the Wisconsin Badgers, who have been suffering their own frustrations here of late. Here's Desante Bowen getting to the basket. Left-handed layup, good. Nice move cutting through the Northwestern defense by Desante. 80-60. 20 seconds to go. And the ball ends up in the hands of a walk-on Roy Dixon III. They want him to shoot it, but Northwestern will not. Final score, Northwestern 80 and the Hawkeyes 60. U.S. Cellular postgame show is coming up in just a minute. Stay with us for our postgame coverage, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Honda and the great Central Midwest Honda dealers across the state of Iowa, including Richardson Honda in Dubuque. Chad Richardson at the throttle. Richardson Honda Dubuque, a proud Central Midwest Honda dealer. And the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series celebrates our student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes work hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa corn. Hawkeyes go down here at Northwestern 80-60. Wildcats have won 5 in a row at home. This has become quite the home court advantage. We're back to take it apart here on the postgame show next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Triple-Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app, and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, take the phones down for 5 challenge. Visit uscellular.com/finds to learn more. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin with Bobby Hansen. We'll be hearing from Coach Fran McCaffrey, our star of the game. Our Old Dominion best of the best will be Tony Perkins. His second half start helped fuel an Iowa run that got the Hawks back to within 7 of Northwestern. The Wildcats led by 11 at the break, but Boo Buie was there to slam the door shut. Big fella inside. Matthew Nicholson did his part. Chase Audee saddled with foul issues all day long. Wasn't much of a factor. Ty Berry, though, hit some big threes, and Northwestern got the lead back to double digits. And then Fran McCaffrey, with just under 7.5 minutes to go in the ball game, thought Northwestern should have been whistled for a 10-second violation. They ended up getting a dunk out of it. And Fran went off, got an immediate technical, and then a second technical by another official, and he was sent to the locker room for the remainder of the day. Patrick McCaffrey would get a technical a moment or two later. We thought Patrick had a clean block from behind, but the official, Eric Curry, thought otherwise. He said something walking off the floor in a substitution pattern, and Patrick got teed up. So, Bobby, I think it was more or less just a buildup of frustrations over the first 30 minutes of the game. Nothing was falling for the Hawkeyes. Evidence the 3 for 24 from 3, and just a rough day shooting all the way around, 42.5%.
Yeah, that is frustrating, Gary. When you're a good shooting team and you don't see the ball go through the net, kept shooting them, couldn't get them. 2 for 17 at one point. As you said, ended up 3 for 24. It just didn't get any better. Got a tough whistle here tonight or this afternoon. You know, that the call, the 10-second backcourt call should have been called. It results in the dunk. So you can't even talk about it. I mean, you wish you had some accountability by the referees, could explain what they do to you, but all they do is tech you up and send you on your way. So Yeah, that's the story of this game here. Tony Perkins got it going in the second half a little bit, but it was the start of the game. The threes were dropping early for Northwestern. They averaged maybe 7.5 three-pointers a game. Tonight they end up with 10.
Yeah, the Hawkeyes end up with 3, and they're averaging close to 8 or 9 a game. So, you tip your cap to Northwestern, you move on. Hawks head to Madison for this 4th road game and 5 dates on Wednesday night, and then have 2 of their remaining 3 games at home. So that hopefully will help the healing process, speed up the healing process a little bit. But today the Hawks didn't have it, and Northwestern with that special guard, that point guard, Boo Buie, he runs the show. He'll be all Big Ten in a few weeks, and hopefully the Hawks get another shot at the Wildcats in the Big Ten tournament. But for now, it's an 80-60 defeat, courtesy of Northwestern. Iowa drops to 17-10 on the year, and 9-7 in the Big Ten, still in that 3rd place tie. Wildcats improved to 11-5, 1 game behind 13-4 Purdue. Purdue won today at home over Ohio State. We'll check the U.S. Bank scoreboard a little bit later on. We'll go into the Hawkeye locker room. Tony Perkins will join us. He's the Old Dominion best of the best, and Bobby will sit down with Fran McCaffrey here next on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. We'll have a Hy-Vee stat recap and who heated up the Nets. We had to look deep into the stat sheet to find a hot Hawkeye today. It was just one of those days. Thanks to United Healthcare for teaming up with Hawkeye Athletics this season in support and celebration of small businesses in the state of Iowa. Is your small business ready for a big promotion? Enter today at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Our heating up the Nets hot Hawk for the day is forward Philip Rabracha. Philip got in early foul trouble, but came back with a 10-point afternoon. He hit 4 of 7 shots. Some really nice moves early in the second half when the Hawks got the deficit down to 7 at 47-40, but that was as close as Iowa would get. He made 2 of 3 free throws. Philip with 10 points, 10 rebounds, 10.7 rebounds on the afternoon. He is our hot Hawkeye, our white hot Hawkeye, courtesy of the Lennox Dealers of Iowa, great supporters of Hawkeye basketball, including A1 United Heating and Air Conditioning in Blair, Nebraska, Bernie's Heating and Cooling in Clinton, Vicks Heating, Plumbing, and Vent Incorporated out in Decorah, Jarks Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning in Iowa Falls, and in the Waverly, Waterloo, Cedar Valley. Stop in and say hi to Hudson Hardware, Plumbing, and Heating. Our points in the paint are courtesy of Spot and Rose Lumber Company. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spot and Rose, like GAF Roofing. Use the Spot and Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spot and Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spot and Rose, buy easier, build better. We'll come back to Evanston in a minute. Iowa gets beat by Northwestern 80-60. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
What are you craving? The Wig and Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wig and Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, courtesy of our friends at U.S. Cellular. Iowa defeated by Northwestern 80-60. Time to meet our best in the game. Our Best in the Game interview is sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Tony Perkins scored all of his 11 points in the second half, many of those coming early, which fueled a Hawkeye drive that got the Hawks back to within 7 a few minutes into the second period, but it wasn't meant to be from there on out. Boo Booey and the Wildcats controlled the tempo and win it 80-60. But Tony logged 30 minutes with 11 points, 5 of 9 from the field, made 1 of 2 free throws, collected 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and a steal for good measure. Tony joins us from the Hawkeye locker room. Well, Tony, you've gone through losses today. I don't know of any more that would be more frustrating than this one, though. The shots just weren't falling in the first half, and you guys made a gallant effort to get it back to within 7 in the second half, but just not to be, huh?
Yeah, we came out slow. We couldn't hit shots. They were scoring, hitting every shot they took. They was hitting open shots, contested shots. They was just on. I mean, it's their home building, so that's what we expected coming in. But, you know, it's a different atmosphere when you're playing at home and when you're playing away, especially against a team who's been beating good teams like Purdue and IU. So.
Oh, yeah, no question. And the frustrating part had to be in that first half. The Hawks were getting wide open looks at threes and just nothing falling. Several took laps around the iron. Others were halfway down the chute and popped back out. It was just, I guess you just chalk it up to the basketball gods.
Yeah, we was frustrated, but we tried to come out second half with some more energy, and hopefully we was hoping some shots went in, but we got it down to 7. And after that, we went back to miss, and then they just ran off with what we was giving them.
Turnovers hurt you in the first half, too. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Northwestern had 10 points off turnovers in the first half for the Hawkeyes, but you know, credit the home team. It's a heck of an atmosphere that they've got going here now. And what was Northwestern doing? Anything different defensively in that first half?
Not really. They played defense the same way. They did switch up and have their defender full court press in the guard, gym in the outlets. But other than that, everything was the same. We had open shots, good looks. We was just missing. That's really why the defense looked good on their end. But you know, hopefully we'll see them again.
Oh yeah, for sure. You got the team going there early in the second half. You were driving hard to the basket. You were hitting those short jumpers. They started to fall for you. 5 of 9 on the day, and it's a 47-40 ball game. You guys had to feel pretty confident then.
Yeah, we all wanted to jump that hill of getting the lead down to 0 and taking the lead, but you know, it just wasn't going in our favor, and we just had to put up what we had to deal with and take it.
Well, life on the road is never easy. It's on to Madison now Wednesday night. You have no doubt you guys will rally, right?
Yeah, we ready. We putting this one behind us. It is what it is, and we're just going to be ready and get prepared for Wisconsin and hopefully take our in-grad on them.
Thanks, Tony. Appreciate your time, buddy.
Yep, thank you.
Tony Perkins, our Old Dominion best in the game, sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Tough day for the Hawks here on the road at Evanston. 80-60 the final. Northwestern wins it. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Turn it up. It's time to go next generation with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Get your gig on in every room, place, and space with Wi-Fi 360 Pro. And go full-on digital home with smart internet tech that lets you control and automate your home, lights, locks, cameras, and more From virtually anywhere, it's time to turn it up to the extreme. Call 844-4FASTER today to learn more about extreme smart internet packages.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brands' range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
80-60, Northwestern knocks off the Hawkeyes here in Evanston. Post-game coverage is sponsored by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. We'll get to the Hy-Vee stat recap in a minute. Right now, Fran McCaffrey is ready to go with our Bobby Hansen in the Hawkeye locker room. Fran is sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers, including the Van Wall Equipment Company in Story City.
Coach, frustrating evening here at Northwestern. Just your overall thoughts on the game.
Well, we struggled from 3. I think a lot of it started there because we had some really good looks at it from good shooters. We go 3 for 24. We only make 1 in the second half. We out-rebounded them. We held them under 50%. We shot 20 for 30 on our 2-point baskets. The press was pretty good at times. I don't think we finished possessions defensively a couple times. Like, we had good defense for 25, 27 seconds, and they would score late. But they got going early with the 3-ball, and then we couldn't answer with the one possession. I think we got 4 threes wide open, didn't make any of them. But I think we just have to learn from it and be ready for the next one.
And Coach, you competed in the second half, kept coming at him. Tony had a tough first half, but he got hot, rolling a little bit there in the second half. Your thoughts on Tony?
Tony was great. In the first half, I put him back in with 2 for a second. Then I said, you know what? I want him to be able to play in the second half, and I put Phillip back in. But Tony was really aggressive, attacking in the second half. I thought Connor, with his back down game, waiting for the double team to come and then trying to make a play, but we just didn't make any shots out of it. From 3, that is. He made some 2s. That's how he got 5 assists. But they were really doubling Phil hard, and they were really closing out on Chris, like in his space. And he struggled from 3, but he still got 14 and was fighting on the glass.
And Coach, no reason to just belabor the points, but what do you do with this one? Just flush it and move on, and we've got another one coming up on Wednesday.
Exactly, Bobby. We got a road game Wednesday against a really good team. We have to play better than we played today, so what we have to do is be mature and learn from it, look at some clips, and then lock into Wisconsin.
Okay, Coach. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate it, Bobby.
All right, those were the thoughts of Coach Fran McCaffrey as he got a long look at it there, and very composed, and tipped his hat to Northwestern on top of all that. So, and Boo Buie in particular played a really good game, an all Big Ten type of game. So our post-game chat with Coach Iowa McCaffrey in the locker room is brought to you by Van Wall Equipment. Nothing runs like a deer, especially when supported by the team at Van Wall Equipment. Stop by one of their locations and learn how to farm better, work smarter, and play harder when you run with Van Wall and John Deere. And we send a special thank you to Don Van Halen out there and over there by Boone and the Van Wall equipment people. We thank you for your support, John Deere. So now it's time to pause 10 seconds for station identification along the 55-plus station Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield. And more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Tough day shooting the basketball for the Hawkeyes. They go down here at Northwestern 80-60. Let's take a look at the post-game stat sheet courtesy of Hy-Vee. Our stat recap courtesy of our friends at Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Iowa shoots 23 of 54. That ends up 42.5%. Okay, you can win some games shooting almost 43%, but if you're Iowa and you go 3 for 24 from distance, that's going to be an uphill struggle. The Hawks shoot for the game 12.5% from three. I mean, that you shake your head at that stat. I don't know that any Coach McCaffrey team has ever been that poor shooting from beyond the stripe, but you have those days, and today was one of them, and you'd rather have it on the road than at home. But 3 for 24 from three did in the Hawks. They made 11 of 16 from the foul line and were led in scoring by Chris Murray's 14 points, 11 for Tony Perkins, 10 for Philip Rabracha, 9 on the day for Peyton Sanford. 4 points for Patrick McCaffrey and a basket for DeSante Bowen. The Hawks turned the ball over 15 times. That certainly didn't help as Northwestern scored 14 points off 15 Iowa turnovers. For Northwestern, they were led in scoring by their outstanding guard, Boo Buie. Hit 6 of 11 shots, including 3 threes, and was perfect at the free throw line, 8 for 8. 23 total points for Buie. 2 others in double figures for Northwestern. A solid game for Ty Berry. He didn't hurt us at all in Iowa City, but he nailed 3 threes today, hit 5 of 10 shots and 16 total points. 12 points for Brooks Barnheiser, the young sophomore from Indiana, did a good job off the bench, as did Nick Martinelli. 9 points for Matthew Nicholson, the 7-foot center. 7 on the day for Chase Audige, well below his average, but he was saddled with foul issues. 8 points for 6'9" Titus Verhoeven. Thought he played really well. Northwestern's leading rebounder was Boo Buie, the diminutive guard, with 23 points and 8 assists to go with 7 rebounds. By the way, Brooks Barnheiser was the leading board man with 7. Bowie was next with 4. Iowa's leading board man was Philip Rebracha. He had 7. Chris Murray grabbed 5 rebounds, as did Tony Perkins. Northwestern shoots 27 of 55. That's just under 50% for the game. 10 of 20 from 3. You shoot 50% from distance, and chances are good you're going to put that game in the left-hand column. The Wildcats made 16 of 20 from the free throw line. That brings us to our Latham Seeds charity stripe recap. Hawks were 11 of 16. That's at 70%. Northwestern 16 of 20 for 80%. The charity stripe update is sponsored by Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawks' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham Seeds, for supporting Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. Northwestern turned the ball over 10 times, had 9 steals, laid 9 steals on the Hawkeyes, and had 3 blocked shots. The Hawkeyes stole the ball 6 times, blocked 1 shot on the afternoon. Iowa trailed by 11 at halftime, 37-26. Got to within 7 a few minutes deep into the second period. Tony Perkins had the hot hand during that stretch, and Iowa trailed 47-40, but that's as close as they would get as Boo Buie and company went to work with their precision ball handling, their half-court offense, drove the ball in deep, got some jump shots to go. They were back up by 12 and gradually stretched it to their widest margin, which was 24 points with just under 5 minutes to play in the ball game. The Hawkeyes lose it 80-60. Northwestern's bench likewise outscored the Hawkeye bench 23-15. So those are the key numbers on today's game as Iowa falls 80-60 to the Northwestern Wildcats. That is our Hy-Vee stat recap courtesy of Hy-Vee, proud sponsor of Hawkeye basketball. Shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. We're back with more postgame courtesy of U.S. Cellular in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Join Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey each week at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coralville. Hawk Talk is 90 minutes of discussion about Iowa basketball. Check out HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
More U.S. Cellular postgame show now as Iowa falls at Northwestern 80-60. And let's relive some of the better moments of today's game. Chris Murray had brother Keegan in the stands. The NBA All-Star break on this weekend, so Keegan flew into Chicago to watch his brother and had to like this early jump shot that went down. Chris Murray, left wing from Connor McCaffrey. Gets inside, throws it high off the glass and down through. Great move by Chris Murray. That's after Northwestern had taken advantage of some Iowa turnovers, hit back-to-back threes, and roared out to an 11-3 lead. Chris' first score of the day brought the Hawks back to within 6. A little bit later on, with Northwestern up 7, Peyton Sanford comes off the bench and did what he does best. Backing the dribble into the paint, throws it to Rebraca. Shot blocked away. Right to his teammate, though, Dix. Now Sanford's open. He hits a long jump shot. That's a 3. And the Hawkeyes are back to within 4. Peyton with 9 points on the day. By the way, Chris Murray ended up with 14. We wind down, though. Northwestern took advantage of those Hawkeye turnovers. Iowa just couldn't throw it in the Lake Michigan, which is only a mile from us. They had wide open looks throughout that first half from the corners, from the wings, from spot on, and just nothing was falling. Evidence the 3 for 24 from 3 on the day. That equals a season low, and it's 12.5% shooting from long distance was definitely a season low for the Hawkeyes. But it was just one of those days at the office. But at the end of the half, with Iowa down by 12, Aaron Eulis at the buzzer gave the Hawks some much-needed momentum headed to the locker room. Sanford will inbound for the Hawkeyes, so Northwestern now has their full-court press set. Here's Eulis racing into the front court. He's going to throw up a 3 at the buzzer and banked it in. How about that? Eulis with the banker, part of his 8-point effort today, had the Hawks back to within striking distance at 37 to 26 going into the locker room intermission. And out of the timeout at halftime and starting right away in the second half, Tony Perkins came to play. Nice wraparound pass. Here's Perkins getting a score, coast to coast, baseline to baseline, and he hit the pop-up jumper from 5 feet. Never gave the ball up and gets one back quickly. Hawks still down 11, though, 3 minutes into the second half, but Perkins had hit back-to-back jumpers, wrapped around a jump shot by Rebraca, and the Hawks were shooting much better at the start of the second half. The Hawkeyes got a stop, and then Perkins converts at the other end again. Connor takes a peek inside, now drives inside, hits a cutting Tony Perkins with a hook layup, a reverse layup, and the Hawks with back-to-back baskets, might be the first time that's happened today, are back to within 9, 43-34. Yeah, first time the Hawks had cut the deficit under 10 points and still 16 minutes to go in the game. Ultimately, they would get to within 7 at 47-40 on a Chris Murray layup. That with 13:47 to play in the game. But the Hawks just couldn't string enough successful possessions together or get stops. And Northwestern with that outstanding guard, Boo Buie, running the show. And Nicholson and Robbie Barron doing some damage inside. Ty Berry hitting some big corner threes. They opened the lead back up to 12 and then 15 and win it by 20, 80-60. Those are some of the highlights from today's game. The Hawkeyes lose it 80-60 to drop to 17-10 overall on the season, 9-7 in the Big Ten. And we'll update those conference standings for you before we leave air. Our postgame coverage is sponsored by U.S. Cellular, on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. What is that? 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. More U.S. Cellular postgame show after this. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Final score again, Northwestern knocks off the Hawkeyes 80-60, and that ends, get this right, a 9-game win streak for the Hawkeyes over the Wildcats. 11 big wins now for Northwestern. Been a long time since the Wildcats posted 11 victories in Big Ten play. We'll update the standings here in just a minute. Other scores that we want to give you. Third-ranked Purdue walloped Ohio State 82-55. Nebraska, Fred Hoiberg's Huskers got to 7-10 in conference play with an upset of Maryland at home in Lincoln, 70-66 in overtime. Iowa concludes the regular season against Coach Hoiberg and the Huskers in early March. Around the country, number 23, North Carolina State beat North Carolina 77-69. It was number 2, Houston 72, and Memphis 64. Hawkeye baseball won today down in Florida, 10-0 shutout of Quinnipiac. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins the Daytona 500 as a new NASCAR season is off and running. Hawkeye women won yesterday, of course, over Nebraska 80-60. Caitlin Clark with 30 points. Monica Sonano with 20 and 7 rebounds. The Hawkeyes play at Maryland next. And the Hawkeye wrestlers this afternoon took out number 6 Oklahoma State. The second-ranked Hawks 28-7 was the decision. Spencer Lee ends the dual meet season at 26-0 with a pin in 51 seconds. What a career Spencer Lee has had. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Just a reminder that we have Hawk Talk with Coach McCaffrey from the Hyatt Regency in the Iowa River Landing tomorrow night in Coralville. Please come out and join us. Coach will recap this past week, look ahead to what's ahead, and that is the Wisconsin Badgers on Wednesday night from Madison in the Kohl Center. Another tough place to win. They all are in the Big Ten. 8 o'clock for the tip and 7 o'clock for the pregame coverage here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. All right, that brings us to the standings before we say goodnight. Purdue won today. The Boilermakers are 13-4. And they have played one more game than Northwestern, so they're a game and a half in front of the Wildcats, who are 11-5. That's first and second place. Indiana at 10-6 is alone in third. And then you have the Hawkeyes, Maryland, Rutgers, and Michigan in a fourth-place tie, all at 9-7. Illinois and Michigan State are 8-7, tied for fifth. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 9 Big Ten teams above 500. With much to be decided here over the next 2.5, 3 weeks. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update, and that'll conclude our coverage from Evanston today and Welsh Ryan Arena. It was loud and noisy, and the Hawkeyes just didn't have their shooting irons greased up. 3 of 24 from 3 did in Iowa, and a poor shooting day, and Northwestern wins it 80-60. We'll talk tomorrow night from Coralville. For Bobby Hansen, our engineer-producer Corey Sheets, I'm Gary Dolphin. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday night. This has been Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Case IH. Make every shot count with Case IH. Visit CaseIH.com/Hawkeyes. United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.